of life.
The poem made use of elegant diction, which is straightforward and relatable.
Yeah, so one thing I like about my work is the elegance of diction. I like my language to be very straightforward. I like for the message to sink in. So I don't want, because the reason why a lot of people have shied away from poetry is because of the use of language. A lot of people tell you that languages in poetry is so complicated. Why language in poetry seems to be that way, for me, I felt like I'm passing a very serious message that everyone needs to, for it to sink in. So I did not in any way intend for my diction to be any way complicated or sort of to say.
Metaphor, comparison, and personification are some of the poetic devices deployed by the poet.
The first poetic device that strikes a reader is one, the language use. Then secondly, you are likely to see comparison. The metaphors are just glaring. For example, I'm here to rejoice, to grieve, and after knowing all your ways, by your kind grace, to take my leave. So you can see personification is almost everywhere. Like you're talking to earth as if earth has assumed that human authority, and you're telling earth is not like the landlord and you are the tenant. So it's like a conversation between a landlord and its tenant.
Salamatu Sule talks about herself and the contribution of other female writers in the African literary world.
For feminism, which has quite gained currency in the globe now, we're talking about literature of inclusiveness. And so feminism is one of such a genre or criticism or theories that has broken through the globe in terms of acceptability, in terms of its radical nature and all of that. But well, I am a womanist, and I'm unapologetically a womanist because after all, before the so-called advent of radical feminism, women have always had their breakthrough. I want to talk about women like Maimunatu Desiree, who was actually a captive of the colonialists. I mean, she was raped at that tender age, and then she was taken away by the colonial masters, and she still got back into the country to do so much amazing things. She's one of the pioneers of African literature, modern day African literature. So for African literature, in terms of female writers, their voices are everywhere. This is After the Left, written by Edify, and Edify is a feminist, and she's talked so much about some of the characters who are female and how the society revolt against them, and how they were able to also revolt against the society themselves. This is a book by Alajota is Kafi. I mean, Kafi is a dancer, and she talked about herself as a woman and how she's been able to, in spite of everything, she danced for money, and as a woman, I mean, instructor, dancing for money is amazing. And there are other women who have been subjugated, and they are coming out to talk. And I think it's a good thing that we all talk. But the whole idea of the other side of feminism is what I'm still yet to understand. Yeah, but I think for whatever you're standing for as a woman, you should be able to impact on your society.
She also speaks on her inspiration that led to the poem Tenant of the Earth.
Tenant of the Earth didn't happen by accident, because I was at the residency at the Ebedi saying, which is founded by Dr. Wale Okediron. And at the time, Okediron had written a book titled Tenants of the House. Then his experience about the National Assembly. So I wanted to pay that tribute to Okediron at the time. So I felt that I needed to write something that resembles Tenant of the House. So Tenant of the Earth was bettered. And Tenant of the Earth something that I saw bigger than Tenant of the House. It was to be the title of the collection, but because then I wanted to also pay that tribute, so I made it a part of the collection. So Tenant of the Earth, in terms of categorizing it's an everyday poem, and it's a nostalgic poem about the poet's persona's reflection about life as a whole.
Art composition today takes a look at a young woman who has done so well for herself as a literary writer and for other authors by reviewing their works.
Tenant of the Earth, a poem written by Salamatu Sule, looks at life as a passing phase, therefore requiring that humans should make the best out of it. Salamatu Sule, born 26 April to a Nigerian parent, is a poet, an avid reader, and a book reviewer. Attended Model Primary School Asokoro, Abuja, and Government Secondary School, Gariki, Abuja. She holds a Bachelor of Arts in English and Literary Studies from Kogi State University, Ayimba. Salamatu is the former Secretary, Association of Nigerian Authors, ANA, Abuja branch, and has held a diplomatic book discourse with the German Embassy, consulted for the Orphans Literary Foundation, and was a managing editor in Lightner magazine from 2018 to 2020, editor of Arise Igala magazine, and art columnist for Come to Nigeria magazine. Sule is the founder of Palinta Literary Discourse. As a literary agent, she has 2 published works to her credit: Oma, the Drummer Queen, a children's book, and Orchestra of Her Last Rites. She has reviewed several books by prolific authors of fiction and non-fiction. Some of these works include Yorichindere by D.K. Chukwumerije, Hoodlum by Sumaila Umaisha, Diary of a Dead African by Chuma Owokolo, Crushed by Tope Fasua, Before Your Career Disappear by Tope Fasua, Death and the King's Grey Hair by Denja Abdullahi, African Romance by Ifeoma Chinwuba, and many more.
Pun, as a form of wordplay, suggests 2 or more meanings by exploring multiple meanings of words. Let's get to find more about this device on our next segment.
The word pun, also called paronomasia, is a form of wordplay which suggests 2 or more meanings by exploiting multiple meanings of words or of similar sounding words for an intended humorous or rhetorical effect. Puns were first found in ancient Egypt, where they were heavily used in the development of myth and interpretation of dreams. Puns were first found in ancient Egypt, where they were heavily used in the development of myths and interpretation of dreams. The poem can also be seen as a figure of speech, which consists of a deliberate fusion of similar words or phrases for rhetorical effect. Whether humorous or serious, it is a way of using the characteristics of language to cause a word, a sentence, or a discourse to involve two or more different meanings. So, humorous or any other effect created by puns depend upon the ambiguities word entails. To pun is to create homonyms as synonyms. Puns may be regarded as in-jokes or idiomatic constructions, especially as their usage and meaning are usually specific to a particular language or its culture. This plays on words may come from words that sound the same but have different spellings or meanings, or one word that itself has more than one meaning. Types of puns. Puns are classified depending on the intentional effect of the phrase. Homophonic pun. This uses paired homonyms, that is, words that sound the same but have different meanings. Example, why is it wet in England? Because many kings and queens have reigned there. This pun interchanges the word reigned and reigned. Compound pun. A compound pun contains more than one pun in the same sentence. Example, never scam in the jungle. Cheaters are always spotted. Homographic pun. This is also referred to as heteronymic pun. It plays on words that are spelled the same way but have a double meaning. Because these puns rely on spelling, they are visual and must read to be understood. Example, time flies like an arrow, fruit flies like a banana. A visual pun or a graphological pun does not use phonetic writing. Visual puns can be achieved through imagery, graphics, or logos. Recursive pun. These are a two-part pun. One needs to recognize or understand the first part of the pun in order for the second part to make sense. Example, may the fourth be with you. It requires the understanding of the Star Wars movies and the phrase, may the force be with you, as well as the knowledge that May 4th is Star Wars Day. Importance of puns. Puns are a common source of humor in jokes and comic writing or shows. They are often used in the punchlines of jokes, where they typically give a humorous meaning to a rather perplexing story. Puns are used in the title of comedic parodies. Such a title can immediately communicate both that what follows is a parody and to attract audience through attempt at humor. Non-humorous puns were and are a standard poetic device in literature. Puns are also used as persuasive instrument for an author or speaker. Puns and other forms of wordplay are occasionally used for attention-getting or mnemonic qualities, making it common in titles, the names of places, characters, organizations, and in advertising, as well as slogans.
African women have indeed carved out a niche in the literary world and have done well for themselves. Our wise saying will come up next. And on that note, I will say, Nigeria is our own and there's no place like home. Enjoy the rest of your day.
African oral traditions are messages that are transmitted orally from one generation to another. The messages may be passed down through speech or song, and may take the form of folktales and fables, epic histories and narratives, proverbs, or wise sayings of our fathers. The development of African literature leads to various reflections on the future of the continent and its population. Self-knowledge and consciousness of one's cultural identity are two major factors in the process of the formation of one's personality. What then is African literature?
African literature is that literature written by Africans about themselves, about their cultural heritage, about the societal norms and values, about especially the situational realities in Africa. Okay, if you look at works written by African writers such as Shrika, Achebe, the likes of Sambana Usmani, the likes of Opek Bitel, and the likes of Ngugi wa Thiong'o, what you find is an attempt to reconceptualize what literature is, especially because before now, what you have is a misinterpretation of what African literature is. So with the emergence of post-colonial literary studies, scholars have come to realize that African literature is that literature written by Africans about themselves and of themselves, especially about the realities in Africa, and not as misrepresented by colonial masters or colonial scholars.
To share these values with other continents of the globe, it is essential for the Africans whose culture and civilization have been denied or rejected for many centuries to affirm its stance through masterpieces that has been marginalized for a long time, but has succeeded in surviving and moving forward. African literature is highly diversified, even though it shows some similarities. In fact, the common denominator of the cultures of the African continent is undoubtedly the oral tradition. Africa, though there is no doubt to the fact that there was also interaction with Western traditions. Writers in Africa today owe much to African oral traditions, and to those authors who have occupied the space between the oral and written traditions, especially in the area of creative interaction.
This is the moment we've been waiting. It's time to rise up, do it again. Africa, do your dance now. Follow your win and dance now. So we never lose it again. We can rise up, yes, we gon' rise up, Africa rise up. Africa rise up, yes, we gon' rise up, Africa rise up.
Restore the Lake Chad to its former glory. President Buhari tasks leaders of the region.
Multinational task force has indeed become a model, creating physical value and affirming the workability of the common approach to conquer challenges in the area.
President Buhari seeks legal backing for National Social Investment Program.
Everybody who is targeting public resources does harm in our country.
War against corruption. Vice President Oshibajo unveils EFCC integrity manual.
Oh, all right. Good morning, Nigeria. Today, of course, is focusing on the persistent fuel crisis in major cities in Nigeria.
Yes, the scarcity of petrol in Lagos, Abuja, Kano, Kaduna, and other parts of the country is taking a new dimension as marketers have alleged racketeering at the depots.
Besides, the price of the product has gone past the 180 naira per litre mark, although not the official rate. But this is largely used by major petrol stations in Abuja, for instance, and it's been so for about a month now.
Yes, and inquiries made across some states and Abuja revealed the tough situation Nigerians face to get petrol, with attendant increase in transport fares and product price hike, including, of course, the longer hours, of the queue.
Absolutely. In Lagos, for instance, a number of filling stations have shut down owing to a lack of product supply, while consumers are, on the other hand, alleging hoarding. There are a few stations in other areas in Lagos are selling the product for, it is said, between 250 naira and 300 naira.
And here in Abuja, the FCT, more filling stations are shut, especially within the city center, while some of those, the outskirts of the city, sell for about 250 naira per litre. Those who sell for 180 naira and above have allegedly adjusted their pump price. And like I informed you yesterday, Kingsley, down the eastern part of the country, there are no queues. We'd have to buy at 230, 220, 240, as the case may be.
Well, that's the situation that you indicated yesterday, but it's not different in terms of the scarcity in Kano metropolis, where a number of filling stations have been shut for several weeks now, while the majority of, or rather, while the few that are operating are said to be selling their fuel at well over 250 naira per litre. So, with the holiday season fast approaching, the question on the lips of many Nigerians now is, when will the fuel queues just go away?
Well, it's been said that marketers are also concerned and worried over the situation and are asking government, especially NNPC Limited and the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, to address the situation.
But there are also reports indicating that hoarding of products is going on unchallenged at private depots. And IPMAN, that is the private marketers, as independent
private that they begin to open. So we now wonder, how do they source their own fuel? All right.
I've said what you have said now. Look, Kieran, there's some curiosity. I don't want to mention the name of the station, but it's there. It's there in the open. Say on the Shagamu Benin Expressway. After Ijebode, there are two filling stations. The same name. One on the right, and then some meters down the road, you see another one on the left. I have never seen those filling stations sell petrol. Never. And the claim is, of course, I'm not on that axis now, that during scarcity, they come alive. The stations are before the junction of Omo Wood. There's one notorious bridge there that we used to have where accidents used to occur. You also have, I've seen a couple here in the Federal Capital Territory. The stations are dry. And then all of a sudden now,
there are people who are engaged in brisk business when it comes to petroleum products.
Well, illegal business.
Exactly. And on the other hand, President of the Independent Petroleum Markets Association of Nigeria, IPMAN, Alhaji Debo Ahmed, has explained that his members are not getting enough products at the depots as the product is not available, and that is the reason for the queues. He said no marketer can afford to sell at the official price now. The group chief executive of NNPC Limited has admitted that it is no longer possible to sell petrol at 175 per litre.
Okay, depots have come out to also deny the allegation of hoarding. Now they are blaming it on oil theft. What has that got to do with that? Is it crude oil theft or refined petroleum product theft? The blame game is on, as major marketers also say that they are pushing out products that they receive from NNPC. Other marketers are blaming scarcity of the products on forex crisis. So all kinds of excuses you would find in the mix. But the key thing is that Nigerians are spending needless man hours at major filling stations in major cities of the country, where of course you have the highest population of vehicles around.
Yes, and meanwhile the latest petrol stock data of this is one of the new agencies, the authority, the regulatory authority. Yesterday showed that the NNPC had 2.51 billion liters of petrol that could last for 33 days at an average of 60 million liters of petrol consumption daily. The analysis of this data confirmed some marketers claim that the NNPC had gone low on supply.
But if you have stock for 33 days, why are you not rolling out the stock you have for 33 days? I mean, before you exhaust the stock for 33 days, you would have had some replenishment of your stock. Well, we shall find out what the true situation is and what, of course, needs to be done to stop all the shenanigans, as some would say, going on with regard to the persistent fuel scarcity in the country. It's on that note we'd like to welcome you to this edition of Good Morning Nigeria. My name is Kingsley Osadolo.
And I am Kieran Umayo, joining Kingsley to say welcome to our show this morning. And we are live on the network service of the NTA, reaching you from our Abuja studios. As usual, we have our complimentary segments that will make up today's package. For now, we have Lydia Odijaochi once again as our newscaster this morning. Welcome, Lydia.
Thank you, Kieran. Good morning, Kingsley. Here is the news. The heads of states and government of the Lake Chad region have been tasked with ownership of the challenges confronting their area and provide the desired leadership needed towards its transformation and restoration to its former glory. President Muhammadu Buhari, who through the challenge also made a strong case for troops of the multinational joint task force to be adequately motivated to take the final push to eradicate terrorism from that region.
Sustained sacrifices and restore peace and stability to the region, and to enable the people in the area to return to their normal life and activities are highly commendable. The multinational joint task force has indeed become a model, breaking physical barriers and affirming the workability of the common approach to conquer challenges in the area.
EFCC to continue building an army of young Nigerians in primary, secondary, and tertiary institutions for the fight against corruption. One message which Vice President Yemi Osinbajo said the nation must keep passing on to the youth is that corruption is the worst destroyer of destinies of people and that they must fight it as one fights a mortal enemy in war.
Public money is not for private pockets. It is meant for the public good. It's meant for public infrastructure. So everybody who is pocketing public resources does harm to our country and does harm to the future.
President Muhammadu Buhari has written to Senate requesting the consideration of a bill that seeks to provide legal backing for the National Social Investment Program.
I forward here with the National Social Investment Program Establishment Bill for the current consideration of the Senate. The National Social Investment Program Establishment Bill seeks to provide a legal and institutional framework for the establishment of National Social Investment Program for the assistance and empowerment of the poor.
Minister of Finance, Budget and National Planning Zainab Ahmed has cleared the furore generated by 206 billion naira for social safety nets in the budget of Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs and Disaster Management. This was when she appeared before the House Committee on Appropriations.
In providing for this provision, the Budget Office had mistakenly selected a wrong code which described the amount as security equipment. So our feeling is that our colleague in the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs could have simply asked, what is this security equipment of 206 billion that is in our budget?
Those who gave us the money also want to know how we spent it. So the moment you start raising controversies around it, when it is not necessary, you are making life more difficult for our national economy.
INEC Chairman Professor Mahmoud Yakubu said in spite of attacks on INEC facilities in some parts of the country, the Commission will not be deterred in conducting free, fair and credible polls in 2023. Professor Yakubu gave the assurance during his official visit to Ogun State.
I want to once again assure the people of Abuja South, the people of Ogun State and the people of Nigeria that the Commission is determined to make the 2023 elections our best ever. We will not be deterred, we will not be cowed by act of arson by undemocratic or retrogressive elements.
Meanwhile, the federal government has launched a rural development project known as Rural Access and Agricultural Marketing in Nigeria. The $575 million project was launched by the representative of President Muhammadu Buhari, Professor Babagana Umar Zulum, in Abuja.
We've asked that the states really put in place institutional structures to have a road asset maintenance agency to clarify the roles and responsibilities for how this will be sustained going forward.
To ensuring that the project is not only implemented according to schedule, but also meet intended design standards as agreed.
Nigeria's population managers have inaugurated a national action plan to accelerate implementation of Nairobi commitments with sexual and reproductive health, as well as rights of women and girls, topmost of the agenda.
The National Action Plan is designed to guide implementation of programs and interventions that will accelerate progress to achieve the commitments made in Nairobi.
There's work to do for all of us. There are promises to keep, and we cannot stop marching.
That's the news for now. Good Morning Nigeria continues with Kirian and Kingsley after this timeout. To stay with us. Good morning.
The Grand Patron of the Tinubu Shetima Women's Presidential Campaign Council, Mrs. Aisha Buhari, invites all APC female ministers, heads of agencies and parastatals, women's zonal coordinators, wives of governors, grassroots mobilizers, all APC women in Nigeria to the Northwest flag-off of the Tinubu Shetima Women's Presidential Campaign. The venue, People Square, Katsina Town, Katsina. Date, 30th November 2022. Time, 10 a.m. Come one, come all.
The security challenges we have faced as a government have been daunting, from terrorism to banditry, to kidnapping, to separatist violence, to crude oil theft, to armed robbery, and sundry crimes. It's undoubtedly the greatest challenge to the peace and security of our great country since the Civil War of 1967 to 1970. It's the kind of challenge that would have overwhelmed many nations. But thanks to the purposeful leadership of President Muhammadu Buhari, we can say, I want to repeat, that the worst is over and peace and security are gradually returning to the land.
This message is brought to you from the Federal Ministry of Information and Culture. As the 2023 elections draw near, remember, evil prospers when good men and women only wish for peace, but never take a step to make peaceful elections happen. Are you a father? Are you a mother? What are you saying to your children as elections approach? Have you warned them not to let themselves be used to cause violence? Have you explained to them what the consequences of electoral violence might be? Do your part to make peaceful elections happen. Talk to your children. Protect them from unscrupulous politicians who want to put them in harm's way, while their own children are comfortable at home, within and outside the country. Let's join hands to make 2023 elections peaceful. This message is from the National Orientation Agency, NOAA.
Finally, the hero of Nigeria's democracy has arrived. He shall usher us into a new phase of development, peace, and prosperity. He is the father of the new Nigeria, His Excellency President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR. Welcome to another season of giving Nigerians hope yet again. We are sure of a great future future for both ourselves and generations yet unborn. We look forward to your leading us as a nation into our manifest destiny. Though the challenges against us as a people are many, we know that your leadership shall set us on the right path to our greatness. A new dawn beckons on us all, and having you as our president is a precursor to this. Thank you for believing in Nigeria. This message is from the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA.
All right, we thank you for staying with us on Good Morning Nigeria. And you've just joined us. Our next item is business news. And for the latest, let's join Alika Obanachi Aroa.
With the repatriation of $4.99 billion in 10 months by Nigeria's non-oil exporters, Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment Adeniyi Adebayo is of the view that more foreign exchange can be earned through adherence to international best practice that will guarantee acceptance of Nigeria's products by the international market.
To this end, we have commenced the implementation of the Nigerian National Quality Policy, which is aimed at putting in place the necessary regulatory framework, institutions, and physical infrastructure to ensure that Nigeria's products meet global standards.
Now let's take a look at Tuesday tradings on the floor of the exchange. With business news, Alika Obanachi Aroa.
Many thanks, Shalika, for the business package. Coming up next for us is newspaper review.
Our newspaper reviewer, Chukwudi Okolie Waja, is already here with us in the studio. Chukwudi, it's good to have you again.
Gentlemen, thanks for having me once more.
All right, we have three papers. Let's begin with the Punch. The Punch newspaper, above the name flag of the Punch newspaper, depots sell 220 naira a litre. Marketers project 350 a litre pump price. Ipman, others decry jump in landing cost, foresee gloomy Christmas. All that on page 27. 87% of Nigeria's rural roads deplorable, as according to the World Bank. On page 28. Budget padding allegation senseless, says Finance Minister. Details on page 8. Now the lead story on the Punch newspaper. Import duty controversy. Private jet owners sue government over 30 billion naira tax. 3 riders to that. 17 business moguls, banks, others move to stop government from grounding luxury jets. Aircraft owners sue government with foreign registered firms. Trustees insist payment illegal. NTA Customs await court papers. Abuja court plan to set hearing dates for suit. You can get details of that on page 2 of the Punch newspaper. The photo story is that of NDLEA that nabbed the suspected drug baron, and the paper says NDLEA nabbed suspected drug baron, brother flees. That's on page 4. And the security agent silent on whereabouts of Aisha's Toyota critic. That story is on page 12. Now, fire God's Kano market destroys 150 shops. Details on page 5. Kogi China plan. 591 billion naira investment. 685,000 jobs to be created. That's on page 31. All right, Kingsley.
Kieran, thanks. Let's also very quickly take a look at some of the headlines on the window page of the Blueprint newspaper. Blueprint, Russia-Ukraine war. Buhari calls for tighter border security in Lake Chad. We have a number of writers to that. But the lead story comes with a kicker. 30 years after CSP Okoli's sack, George slams 3-month jail term on Inspector General of Police. And police say, we are not aware of court order. Judge grants 10 million naira to applicant, threatens more sanction if contempt persists. Case not under current Inspector General of Police purview. That's according to Force Headquarters. And orders investigation into the allegation. No plan to relocate FCT, that's the Federal Capital Territory, to Lagos. That's according to Tinubu. Elder statesman Onongo, that's Paul Onongo of the Second Republic, dies at 87. Federal government okays 14-day paternity leave for civil servants. Adeleke makes U-turn on workers and monarch sack. APC mocks governor. 2023 census, MPC urges Nigerians, I imagine, to apply for ad hoc e-recruitment. INEC chair visits Ogun, assures we won't be deterred by attacks. And finance minister blames budget padding on wrong code. Nigeria's education, one of the best in the world. TRCN registrar. That is the Teachers Registration Council of Nigeria. Now, very quickly, from the Nation newspaper, let's again take some headlines from the front page. Some of them, of course, we read already. Gunmen killed DPO's mother and brother in Katsina. Senegal through to round of 16 at Qatar World Cup. And Ekiti Assembly recalls 3 suspended lawmakers. NDLA arrests drug kingpin. Wike to Rivers PDP await directive on presidential poll. And this is taken from the story itself. You will vote, quoting the governor now, you will vote for our governor, our senatorial candidates, House of Reps candidates, and Assembly candidates. Then the other one, I will come and tell you where you will vote. All right. That's Wiki being quoted there on the front page of the Nation newspaper. Budget office behind padding, says minister. And then, of course, we'll go over now to Chukudi.
We have tactically avoided this Wiki thing. You know, I don't know why, but maybe we should stay that way for now. Let me go to things that concern the people more.
No, tactically avoided how? In what sense?
Oh, well, for me, I see a lot of theatricals going on there. And to give it analysis from a journalistic point of view, might be a job that doesn't quite fetch a lot of substance. It's an opinion. Some of the things happening concerning the Wiki thing are things I feel that inter-party, not internal, intra, within the party itself, should have long been solved. And the Nigerians should not be given this nagging headache over people's preference for excessive thinking.
But people like me, I'm enjoying the scenario. I mean, you know, politicians are showing us their colors, you know, I mean, and it's very appreciative of the quality of what we have. I mean, those who are the key stakeholders in our political space.
What value does it add to our daily life?
In terms of having a good understanding of who they are and how they intend to practice it, so that people like us can make a choice. Those who will vote will make a choice of their own, right? So that's what is important to me with respect to all those fights in intra or the inter-party and all of that. I mean, it's been synonymous with Nigerian political parties. I mean, over the years.
But Kingsley didn't quite agree with that practically avoiding.
No. I asked. No, you said that we were silent on it, and I needed you to explain what you had done.
Okay,
that's fine. Just as part of the theater going on in the political space, I'm sure everybody's enjoying it, but of course it's not funny to those who are the receiving end. In this case, that's the PDP presidential candidate and the presidential council of the PDP. As part of the theater, I'm sure you hear Wiki singing and dancing sometimes. As if they paint them, they sweet us. As if they sweet us, they paint them, and then you'll be dancing.
It's sartorial outlet.
But I said it's a game. First of all, I mean the crisis appears intractable. But it's also a game of attrition. It's unfortunate, but we let them sort themselves out.
There's this incessant nabbing of drug barons in this country. What can you say about that? I mean, it's been consistent, and each time a catch is made, it's the big one. It's not just the traffickers, the street traffickers, but the main dealers of drugs in Nigeria. What does that get to show about Nigeria with respect to drug trafficking and abuse?
We got more serious. We decided to take them head on. You don't want to tell me that Nigerian security forces have been totally ignorant of the presence of these people all these decades, all these years and all that. If suddenly there seems to be a reinforced attitude towards putting a stop to something that actually does, that is actually an ill wind that blows no one any good, I think it is something we should salute and say thank you eventually for doing what you should do. It is just like the heightened effort against banditry, insurgency and all that. Nigerians are happy that something is beginning to happen. It's not as if they've not been working. We don't know. You are not in security. So you cannot just stay out here and pontificate about a matter you do not understand. But we want to say that when we hear these things, we feel that there is really a guardian angel looking to the affairs of this country and is going to rub up well on our future development.
And what obtains even in other countries is that if drug trafficking is excelling in a system, and then there are some elements, in the force who perhaps are conniving or who have exactly. And in recent times we've also had stories of very high police officers getting directly involved in drug movement.
Those are allegations. When you cannot prove it, we choose to keep quiet about it.
NDLEA should be commended for what they've been doing. In the past, mostly those who were arrested were simply mules. That is to say, those who were errand boys for the big time drug barons. So as they are taking in the big drug barons, it's making the environment much hotter and tougher for them to operate, and that's the way it should be.
I didn't want to go personal, but there is a man called Buba Marwa somewhere now. It means a lot. His pedigree speaks for itself. But let me not run a promotional on him. NTA could ask me to pay.
Well, I want to return to this. I said I want to return to it because we had a similar story some weeks ago when the chairman of the EFCC was jailed for contempt of court. Now it is the Inspector General of Police who is also been sentenced to 3 months in jail for contempt of court. Just to restate that in the administration of justice, contempt of court is taken as a very serious offense. Contempt can be committed in the face of the court, that's while you are, of course, in the courtroom, or it can, which is in facie, or it could be out of the court, which is ex facie. Let's not get into some of those technical details. It's taken seriously, but again, there is some curiosity about this case. I'm just raising this to say it is not Inspector General as Usman Al-Khali Baba, who has been sentenced now. It is Inspector General of Police, that's to say by virtue of office. And they said there was a judgment that was given in 2011. That judgment has not been enforced by the Inspector General's office. The Inspector General's office, that's to say the force headquarters, have also issued a statement now saying that they were not aware of this particular judgment. The judgment was that a police officer, a CSP, Chief Superintendent of Police, was sacked in 1992. That's 30 years ago. And the claim was that it was under an existing decree at the material time. He then went to court to challenge his dismissal from the force, and he got judgment in 2011. But my curiosity, from a legal point of view, has to do with reinstatement. Now, what is the gravamen of of the current decision. The details are not stated there. Why am I saying this? If you look at the age of CSP Okoli today, of course, he's gone past the age of retirement. If he was fired 30 years ago, he couldn't have become a CSP within 5 years of service. So he has gone past his service year. So if he has gone past the service year, what then do you do? Are you still going to reinstate him to service?
Or pay him compensation?
No, not just compensation. Pay him for the period that he would have served from 1992 until a period of time. So that if that is the case, it is also not stated in the story. I haven't read the judgment.
Definitely.
Now, ordinarily, it's also a decision given by the Federal High Court.
Yes.
At the time this case started, and the time judgment was given, there was no National Industrial Court, which now deals with employment matters and so on and so forth. So it's a bit complicated. I would do know that in issues of this nature, the IGP, of course, could take steps through the legal department of the police force to either vacate the order or have a stay of his commuter to prison. Otherwise, he might be escorted this morning by some of his officers to Kuje Correctional Service.
That said, what I want to take out there that the common man would easily understand is that we are being reminded that no one is above the law.
That's right.
Very important. No one is above the law. The president, the governors, and the deputies and all that might have immunity for now, but even they themselves could answer to certain things, later, So it matters to us that we are reminded that the law is the final arbiter. When the law disappears, anarchy knocks on the door.
Exactly.
Understand?
Yeah.
So it matters to me that such things are happening.
And my worry about the entire scenario, is the fact that the police authority denied knowledge of such judgment. But we have a legal department in the police headquarters that should keep track our record of issues involving the police. Perhaps especially in court, right? So denying knowledge. For me,
the court is putting them on their toes.
Yes.
And I like it. You see, when people say that Nigeria is not moving, I laugh. I'm a very patient man, and I study society and all that, It doesn't happen in one fell swoop, given our circumstances. It's not going to happen that way. But INEC is telling us here that no amount of attacks will stop credible elections. That, I think, gentlemen, reinforces our belief in them. But somebody quickly is saying that lawyers, really, Kingsley's learned friends, are saying that INEC is not independent. They are afraid of powers that be. They say INEC has failed to employ statutory instruments.
Who are the lawyers saying that?
Well, I saw.
Who are the lawyers? I'm not one of those saying that.
You're not one of them.
I don't know. Typically, very quickly. I'm not going to give you the opportunity to fill in the lacuna. Okay. All right, very quickly. I mean, let's because we have the story here on the front page. We need to say it.
Okay.
Paul Unongo, I'm sure we all remember him. He was a minister. He was a minister of steel. Of course, one of the other very popular ministers of steel in those days was Ali Makele, Maman Ali Makele. Paul Unongo was a presence in the Nigerian political space, and also for the Tiv Nation, he was highly respected, and he also, of course, pursued very vigorously the interests of the North, ultimately in a united Nigeria. He has passed on now at the age of 87. May his soul rest in peace.
I like to think and his aristocratic grain,
and he's one of the key political stakeholders in the Second Republic. Played a major role. All right, gentlemen.
So we won't be able to discuss that today. 14-day paternity leave for federal workers. Well, he didn't say that May should go and start.
It's okay, but period.
We'll get more details of that tomorrow as we conclude this segment.
To us surplus to and then Gremlin.
He will do that tomorrow.
He is beginning to blackmail us with all his
Well,
I've long since left that department. Long since, by the grace of
now the men in service will jubilate and celebrate that. We'll not just give women maternity leave, that should be paternity leave as well. On that note, we conclude this edition of Super Review. We'll do that again tomorrow when we return with a fresh package. For now, let's thank Chukuli, for
Gentlemen,
being here this
I want to
morning.
thank you for starting my day properly.
All right, now we'll take a
you.
short break. When we come back, the program continues.
Operation Wild Punch covers Kaduna and Niger State. The operation was recently reorganized to also cover the critical Abuja-Kaduna Expressway, which had a defunct standby alone operation, codenamed Operation Thunder Strike. Additionally, as part of the Operation Wild Punch, a subsidiary operation codenamed Operation Forest Sanity has also been launched to flush out the terrorists from the forest that straddle Kaduna and Niger states. These efforts were geared towards flushing out criminal elements from the Kaduna-Abuja Expressway and its environment. I am pleased to inform that Kaduna Expressway has been secured through a combined efforts of the armed forces, the police, and other security agencies.
This message is brought to you from the Federal Ministry of Information and Culture.
Every day in our country, senior citizens are discriminated against, disparaged, and treated with disdain by those who ought to respect them. We are all complicit in the way we have treated the elderly members of our society as institutions, families, or members of a shared society. Every time senior citizens get offered less than they deserve for the work they do because they are old, poor, and desperate, we are failing them. Senior citizen loses a child, and wow, they must be responsible for their death. Every time a senior citizen gets labeled a witch, is called mad, and shooed out of the way because they have no memory of where they were headed and look unkempt, we are failing them. We say, abeg, you don't old, make it do die, make everybody for rest, to ailing parents, uncles, and aunts. That's discrimination. That is neglect. When you see an old woman getting beat up and being accused of witchcraft, do not turn the other way. Stop and teach people that white hairs, wrinkles, and hunchbacks are no evidence of witchcraft. Aging comes with a memory decline. Sometimes it's not out of place to have elderly people lose their way, forget details of their lives, and how to properly take care of themselves. When they get to this stage, they deserve your empathy, not scorn. Our ailing fathers, mothers, aunties, and uncles are deserving of quality healthcare and peaceful transition. Make their last moments memorable. Senior citizens have paid their dues. They deserve your care. Stop all forms of discrimination against them today.
Our pastors, our imams, in every church, in every mosque, please realize that in the course of praying for peaceful and transparent elections, we all have duties beyond prayers. If we want a stable society before, during, and after the elections, what should you be saying to those that worship with you? All Sundays and all Fridays, you are saddled with the responsibility of bringing up good generations. It is therefore your duty to both man and God to ensure peace all the time, no matter about elections alone. People talk to people and people listen. Talk to your followers. Make them listen to ensure peaceful 2023 elections. This message from the National Orientation Agency.
The counsel of our fathers.
I will urge and advise our younger generation to use talent and brain to sort out problems, not arms.
Nigerian youths, let's build our nation together.
You're watching Good Morning Nigeria on the network service of the Nigerian Television Authority. Now, before we commence our conversation on the persistent fuel scarcity in major cities around the country, we'll take this background that compiled by our correspondent, Abdulsalam Jibril.
If you're a resident within the Federal Capital Territory and its environs, this sight will certainly not be a surprise, as fuel queues resurfaced in most filling stations around the city. A similar scenario is also playing out in Lagos State. Queues to buy petrol could be seen in many filling stations in recent days, worsening traffic situation and leaving many stranded at bus stops across the state. In Abuja, only a few major marketers and the NNPC mega stations were seen dispensing the product, also known as premium motor spirit. Many residents could be seen groaning as they queued for fuel in the few filling stations that were dispensing.
Since January, we've been facing this crisis, and nobody is saying anything. You understand? So I just pray that all this queue will just disappear. It's very, very frustrating.
Well, it's fluctuating. Sometimes you see the fuel, sometimes it's scarce. So for like today, I went to 3-4 places. We just queue, see people queuing, and they are not saying anything.
Please help us to alleviate this problem. It's really too much. Whatever that it needs to be done for this problem to be alleviated, let them help us.
There have been reports that only filling stations owned by Major Oil Marketers Association of Nigeria, MOMAN, had petrol and sell at the regulated price of 170 naira per litre, while some stations owned by the Independent Petroleum Marketers Association of Nigeria, IPMAN, sell between 200 naira and 210 naira respectively. Recall that for several months now, motorists in Abuja have been grappling with scarcity of premium motor spirits. Initially, the NNPC attributed the long queues to panic buying by motorists who were responding to rumors of a possible increase in the pump price of petrol. The fuel scarcity was subsequently blamed on the massive flooding that hit the country and made some major highways unmotorable. As reports emerged that the flood was drying up and the roads opening, there was a momentary relief in the availability of fuel. It has been weeks after the flood waters have receded and normal vehicular traffic restored. However, the queues have resurfaced, leaving everyone wondering what could be responsible for the situation. This will be the major talking point on the program as guests speak to the re-emergence of fuel queues shortly.
Thank you, Abdulsalam, for the package. And to do justice to the topic, today we have Dr. Timothy Okon. Dr. Okon is a petroleum economist and managing partner, Teno Energy Resources. Good morning, sir, and welcome to the program.
Thank you very much.
I also like to introduce Dr. Abubakar Alkali. Dr. Alkali, a university lecturer and an analyst in oil and gas, the environment, oil and gas and the environment. Good morning and welcome.
Thank you very much for having me.
All right. Also part of this conversation this morning is Shuaibu Muhammad, the Secretary of the Independent Petroleum Marketers Association of Nigeria, Suleja Abuja branch. Alhaji Shuaibu, we're glad to have you again on Good Morning Nigeria.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning, viewers.
All right. And joining us via Zoom is Bala Zaka. Bala Zaka is a petroleum engineer and a public affairs analyst and a regular on Good Morning Nigeria. Bala Zaka, we're glad to have you again on the program.
Thank you. I just want to ask, am I audible enough?
Absolutely. If it is louder than that, then our eardrums will get split. We can hear you loud and clear, Bala Zaka. Thank you very much for being our guest this morning. Gentlemen, we had a conversation around this subject matter on the persisting fuel crisis in major cities around the country. And of course, it was easy on that occasion to blame it largely on the deluge at Lokoja and the environs, which then impeded vehicular movement, resulting in supply disruptions. But as our correspondent said in that background report, the waters and the floods have long since receded. The roads again are in use, and all kinds of excuses. Oh, it's subsidy, oh, hoarding, oh, it's this. I mean, one day you enter a filling station, you buy, say in the Federal Capital Territory, no hassles. You want to refill your tank again, maybe after about a week, and then the next thing, fuel stations are shut. Then, or alternatively, you meet queues rolling for about a kilometer or more. Let's begin with the Secretary of IPMAN. What do you know as that is your organization now as to what is happening?
Good morning, Nigerians. What is happening currently in the oil sector is as a result of there's a short fall in the supply and the distribution of the products. As you can see, the marketers rather are not to be blamed, because the sole importers, I've said it in this program before, the sole only importers of this product is NNPC. NNPC is the only person that brings this product. And the facilities, the storage they have, the 21 depots across Nigeria, they are not working. The pipelines has been vandalized. The depots are more or less obsolete. This product, by the time the government imports, NNPC import this product into the country, they dumped this product in private depots. Who has the facility to take this thing? So we marketers who are licensed to deal directly with NNPC will become more or less the third party. So by the time they dump this product in these depot owners, when you that are licensed as a marketer to go there and get this product, the prices will go up. As it is now, NNPC is telling us that there is enough product. The product is available, but the marketers are the ones directly closer to the end users. Now, how to get this product to the marketers is difficult, because the government is regulating the price. Now, if government, as a licensed marketers, government sell for you at 148.17 per liter. By the time they dump these things in these private depots, but you, the marketer, when you go there to buy, they will be selling at 180, 190 to you. So how do you sell? So the problem there is the government and the private depot owners should come out to explain what is happening. Marketers should not be blamed. So it is not marketers' fault.
All right. As we make progress, we also get into the area of marketers, where many Nigerians blame marketers for their own contribution to what is happening presently. But before that, let's go to Dr. Timothy Okon, who has a good understanding of the supply chain and, of course, of PMS and other, petroleum products. So, what do you understand about the situation? What do you make of that? He had just explained their own perspective to what is going on as independent marketers who are directly involved in the distribution and the direct sales to the end users.
I think I like one word he used, which I will start from there. He says obsolescence. What are the elements of a distribution system? You have storage and pipelines, and in between you have you said 21 depots, very correct. There are 24 pumping stations. Okay, you have attached to the refinery infrastructure. These are not things that they were properly designed. The key thing is, if in the value chain there is no economic return, there is no money to maintain them. They are mechanical equipment. There are things that break down. All right. So the assertion is very correct. Years of underinvestment in that distribution system. The 21 depots, which he rightly says, not many of them are functional. So private depots that are newer, etc., have the wherewithal to take these products and distribute them. And of course, the private depots have private incentives. They don't want their depots or the equipment, etc., to deteriorate. Such a man who has gotten to take a loan or something cannot afford to keep that in. So the whole structure of the pricing mechanism for PMS does not allow for value to be made at each of those value points. So when you come to the retail end, the price you pay for a liter of petrol ought to cover all of that value chain. That is really the issue. That price is fixed, and it is not. It's not enough to cover for people to recover their costs right to the supply point. That is the basic economic conundrum that we have. Okay, and so obsolescence in the entire distribution system. The 21. I like to tell people, make a comparison between the tanks and if you go to Escravos, you have a Chevron system on one side, and then you have the national system. I mean, that PPMC owned, etc. The dilapidation is self-evident. You don't have to be a scientist of any to know that there's been underinvestment here, and that underinvestment, like I say, is related to what at the end of the day is the consumer paying for it. So the basic point is that the consumer needs to pay more, not only for the price of the product, but the cost of delivery, because that infrastructure is in a state of obsolescence. There is, you need power, generating sets, etc., to pump things through the pipeline, apart from pipeline vandalism, which everybody knows people are. So you need to secure those pipelines. Securing those pipelines require investment. It requires lots of things that you need to put in place. The design of the distribution system is one of the best in the world. I accept that, because you have Atlas Group, which is the import entry, and then you have this system of pipelines that can take petroleum products right up to Maiduguri. So it's a very, very unique and well-designed system that has suffered from historic non-maintenance arising from our policy of thinking that a fixed price for petroleum products is a birthright. Whereas it isn't. It's an economic activity, and if that economic activity you are not conducting in a profitable manner, the thing would collapse, like all the other institutions. If you don't run Nigerian Airways very well, you will end up with airline just going under.
So just to add, at what point in our development that this underinvestment in the oil sector started? When did it start? Because we've not had it this bad, over time, but we seem to be experiencing something that
it's cumulative. I mean, you can't talk about a specific point. You don't, if I say there are 24 pumping stations along the routes, etc. Some of the key ones, like if you hear of Ore, is a key strategic center, because that's where products come from Atlas Group, right? And they go to the eastern part of the country, etc. So a key point like that, the pumps can fail, and if they do fail, you have a crisis. So it is that system, without continually investing in maintaining, and some of them are pretty old. some of the tanks have caved in, etc. They need to be maintained, and that revenue for money for doing it has to come from the tariff. The tariff hasn't changed for us long. In fact, I did a study in 2011. The tariff ought to be, at that time, tariff was supposed to be 3 naira a liter. But in the economic case was that it should have been 12. And I'm talking about 2011, 2012. So look at the exchange rates, and then you know that the tariff now is certainly not 12 naira a liter for you to economically deliver petroleum products as intended in the original design. That's the issue.
All right, Dr. Tim Okon, thank you very much. We will, of course, raise some more issues with you. Just to remind our viewers that Dr. Tim Okon also served as Group Executive Director of the NNPC as it then was, and it's also been engaged with the PIA as it is now known. The process of transiting from PIB to PIA, it was also involved. So there are a number of issues we would decompose and then ask you to explain to our viewers so that we can know what corrective measures could be taken. But I saw Bala Zaka popped up a moment ago on the screen. I want to go to him very quickly so that with the Zoom connection clear this time, we'll take advantage of his presence. Bala Zaka, what do you make of the explanations provided so far by Shuaib Mohammed of Ipman and Dr. Tim Okon against the backdrop? So in Lagos, for instance, I mean, scarcity is persistent. Atlas Cove is on the coast of Lagos, and if you were to look at distribution cost, because Lagos, of course, is nearer the point of discharge, Lagos shouldn't be having fuel scarcity. But off and on in recent weeks, we understand that Lagos has also been suffering the same malaise that we have here in Abuja and elsewhere in parts of the country.
Well, thank you for the question, and I agree, Dr. Okon and other guests there. I'm at variance with some thoughts. To me, the reasons are basically two. One, Nigerians' insistence to continue importing refined petroleum products is one of the principal reasons. And the second reason is Nigerian insistence that deregulation is the way to go, especially for the downstream of a country like Nigeria, that is truly a third world country, a country with a very, very weak economy, a country where inflation is ballooning, and everybody knows that, a country where the minimum wage of the Nigerian citizens is 30,000 Nigerian naira, which cannot buy a 50-liter jerry can of diesel. Those are the simple things. I'm happy also it is becoming clear that we have run out of excuses. At some point, we said it was due to smuggling. That's why we're having scarcity. Some point we tied it to coronavirus. At a point we will tie it to internal confusion. We will say, I mean, people are consuming, people are watching films and the rest. I'm happy we've run out of options. But sometimes I ask questions also, direct questions. If refining were to be a very bad business, those countries that we go to buy refined petroleum products, or technically what we call distillates, are we saying their economic and political leaders are fools? And if they are not fools, who is the fool here? I mean, we go to all those countries to buy, they refine, some of them don't even have crude oil, but they buy crude oil, they have functional refineries, they refine, and we go and import. Are we saying we are more intelligent? And if we are not more intelligent, then what are we? I mean, you're talking about a simple thing here. The last time Nigeria constructed refinery was around 1989, 1990. You're talking about 32 or 33 years. We have not constructed one additional refinery. Our current generation of leaders didn't even consider it necessary and important to maintain even the ones they inherited. And we expected anybody to tell us that we are not going to suffer from energy crisis. It is very, very unfortunate. I want to also make it very clear here. I keep hearing people saying that we should bite the bullet. Bite the bullet. There is no bullet here to bite. The truth is this: the approach Nigeria is using is very, very wrong. The model is wrong. We don't want to accept, or our leaders do not want to accept, that we are an emerging economy. They don't want to see this crude oil and gas as energy source. You're talking about a country of 200 million citizens relying on less than 10,000 megawatts of electricity. And we are saying people will not look for other ways to get energy. I'm happy now, World Cup is going on. Everybody is talking about how lit Qatar is, how bright Qatar is. But everything about Qatar is just gas. Meanwhile, Nigeria is more of a gas nation than an oil nation. So what's the excuse there? Have we been able to use our gas to drive gas turbines to generate energy? No. Have we been able to use our gas? I know that from gas you can get ammonia. From ammonia you will get urea. From urea you will get fertilizer. Have we been able to get enough fertilizer? The answer is no. As I speak to you now, I'm from the northern parts of Nigeria. The fertilizer bag that used to cost about 2,500 Nigerian naira is about 25,000 Nigerian naira. And I feel very sorry when people say, when you subsidize petrol, you are subsidizing consumption. What is consumption to that person may be a catalyst to another person. If you are selling petrol to a barber, he's not consuming. What you think is a consumption to that barber is a catalyst to him to be able to get to a point. If a computer operator buys petrol, he's not buying the petrol because he will drink it. I bought petrol, now I'm on petrol generator because I cannot afford diesel. When we decided that we were going to deregulate, some people were saying when you deregulate, there will be competitive pricing. Fine, we agreed and we have deregulated in phases. Around that time, before we went into deregulation, a liter of diesel was between 80 naira and 100. Today it is 800 Nigerian naira. Where are the investors? We don't want to tell ourselves the truth. The model we are using is wrong. And the earlier we calibrate it and accept that Nigeria is an emerging economy, the distance we are talking about energy source. And Nigeria is too poor for government not to support citizens in terms of energy requirement and security. The earlier we understand those things, the better for Nigeria.
Yeah. Mr. Balazaka, I can feel the energy in you, and the truths that you have just, put out. Because, of course, we all are in Nigeria, and one analyst did say sometime in the late 90s that Nigeria is committing an economic crime by importing petroleum products. This is a product that we're endowed with, the product that we are living on. Yet to develop that sector has become an enigma. Well, of course, we're going to dive into some other related issues concerning our topic this morning, and persistent fuel scarcity in some parts of Nigeria. But it should be made clear that this scarcity is not across the nation. It's just in some cities. So something is wrong somewhere. Abuja, Lagos, Kano, Kaduna singled out. In the east, there's nothing like scarcity of fuel. You can buy it higher, but it's there. No queue of any sort. This is also part of Nigeria. So something is wrong somewhere. Let's bring in Shaibu Mohammed. Alkali, Dr. Abubakar Alkali, a university lecturer and an analyst in oil and gas. As a matter of fact, what is your reading, of the entire scenario? Of course, we've heard from Ipman, we've heard from my professional, and of course, Zaka just spoke to us now. What do you make of the entire situation?
Okay, thank you very much again. I think before I, say my perspective, I think there is one thing that I want to shed light on.
which is this analogy or theory that NNPC is the sole importer of petroleum. I want to shed a bit of light on that, because you see, to the man on the street, when someone says NNPC is the sole importer of petrol, then when there is fuel scarcity, he shifts the whole blame on the NNPC. And my good friend here, the marketers, have a way of, using this analogy, so as to create the impression that they are not part of the fuel scarcity problem, and it's all NNPC. And the light I want to shed here is that the sole importer issue works this way. NNPC is the regulator and operator of the petroleum industry. And of course, they have the blank check, if you like, to ensure that petrol is available all over the country. But they don't have the capacity. The refineries are not working. And they don't even have the capacity to import. So what they do is they sublet this importation to marketers under a program called DSDP, Direct Sales and Direct Purchase. So it is not right to say NNPC is the sole importer. NNPC sublets this importation to marketers. Subcontracts this importation to marketers. It gives them the license. Kingsley, if you are qualified, if you meet the requirements, you go to NNPC, NNPC gives you the license. Go and import. Now, this is how this DSDP works. NNPC gives a dedicated volume of crude oil to the marketer and says, okay, for this crude oil, bring PMS or kerosene or both, because these are the two products under the DSDP. PMS, that's petrol, and DPK, which is kerosene, dual purpose kerosene. So bring this volume in exchange. It is supposed to be a direct exchange, arrangement. So at the end of the day, these importers who are given this license to import petrol, they import it, and they now, store it in their storages, in their depots, the private depot owners. Whether they remit it to NNPC or not is another issue. I like to bring this comparison, although I know it's not part of the subject matter here. In the housing sector, Federal Mortgage Bank gives loans to developers, and says go and build this number of houses. And we know this happens in Nigeria. The developers build these houses and they don't transfer these houses to the mortgage bank. They end up selling them directly to customers. So this is something. It is something of this sort that happens in the petroleum sector. When the marketers who bring this petrol, who import this petrol under an arrangement called DSDP with the NNPC, when they bring it, they store it in their depots. That's the private depots. Because NNPC doesn't have the capacity. Atlas Corp is down. It's been set ablaze in 2006 and it's been attacked by militants in 2009. So Atlas Corp is down. NNPC doesn't have storage facility. So it gives them the option, store it, for us. And when they store it, they now hoard it. There is a lot of hoarding, both by the major marketers and the independent marketers. And this is clear. NNPC says there is enough fuel now, and I believe them. Why? Because Kingsley today, if you want 1 million liters, if you are ready to buy at 250 or over, you will get it right here in this country. And also, if government decides to, submit to the request of the marketers, because that's what they want, to deregulate the sector or officially push the price to 250 naira per liter, there will be fuel everywhere in this country tomorrow. Everywhere you see fuel. So this fuel is there, but the fact that the regulatory agencies, to that aspect you could say NNPC, comes short because there has not been proper enforcement of the law. If today
But by the way, NNPC is not a regulator. That would be the downstream petroleum.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, Nigerian Midstream Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority.
Yeah.
But it's all under the auspices of the NNPC, more or less.
No,
It's just been
I'm sorry, Dr. Akale. You're making a very valid point, but so that we can get a clear trajectory, you might say in describing the parties, because you said under the DSDP, direct sale, direct purchase, NNPC subcontracts importation to marketers, yes, and then they go get it. So you would then say that as a contractual agreement, NNPC does not appear, from what you are saying, to be enforcing its right against the subcontractors, not as a regulator.
Absolutely. Okay. Well, it's enforcing, and the regulator, the Nigerian Midstream Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, is not enforcing it. Because, you see, I asked this question the other time I was here. Has anybody in this country been prosecuted, convicted, or even prosecuted for holding fuel? Has any filling station in this, latest era of fuel scarcity, has any station been sealed? So if this law is not enforced, then there is no need having it. We should have a situation where there are mobile courts in this country to try holders of fuel. It has gotten to that level. To try holders of fuel, whoever holds should first be pulled out of the law.
I want you to clarify something here, because you mentioned that there is hoarding taking place. Perhaps,
absolutely,
perhaps from the private owners of what they call tank farms. Where they store
depots.
The depot, that's the privately owned ones. Now, is there a kind of collusion between NNPC staff who are responsible for the fuels imported and the private depot owners where this fuel is stored? From the importation to the private depot. Now, what happens at the private depot? Does the private depot owner have the right to hoard fuel which has been deposited in its tank by NNPC? And NNPC also perhaps should be overseeing what they are doing. This is their project. And even if NNPC had to perhaps contract out issue of importation to private importers, for me as a Nigerian, it doesn't concern me. NNPC is still responsible for the importation. If they like, they can give it to anybody to do that, but they are chiefly responsible for that. So now, where does this confusion coming from? Is it from the private tank depot, or from the private depot, or with the marketers who now go to the private depot to buy? If a marketer, like he said, goes to a private depot to buy, and the man there says, look, I'm selling to you, I know government says it's 148, but I'm selling to you 160, for instance. What do you expect the marketer to do? So what I want to clear is, I want to understand at what point do we begin to have that shoddy deals that necessitate the fuel scarcity we're talking about?
Absolutely. Now, you can have this kind of situation if there is no collusion, and I fully agree with you on that. There is some form of collusion here, because whenever you have this kind of problem, in every sector, that was why I started the issue of the housing sector. In every situation of this sort, where you have this kind of problem, you will find out that there is a collusion, between those who are supposed to oversee it and the third parties. It is very clear. Okay, so to that extent, you could say the NNPC has not been able to enforce this law, and the onus actually lies on the NNPC. You see, to ensure that the contractual agreement is adhered to. If we bring in this fuel, if NNPC gives you the crude oil and you bring in this fuel, then NNPC should ensure that fuel is for the country, not for the private depot owners. And this is exactly what is happening. So NNPC, from that aspect, has to really step up its game and ensure that if this fuel is imported, it goes to the right place. But also, on the other hand, there is a bit of being handicapped on the part of NNPC, because, as I said, they don't have the storage facilities. But also, the other question that you ask on the independent marketers. So what they do is, you see, when the depot owners, the private depot owners, increase their prices, that's what they do. Obviously, there's a collusion there. When they increase their prices, when the independent marketers, buy this fuel, when they bring it to the tanks, they also hold it because I bought very high. So I want to sell very high as well. And the target now is the Yuletide, the end of the year, which we are very close to. Is the Yuletide. Marketers want to push the government to, officially increase that price. So if I buy at 160 per liter and I'm able to hold my fuel until December and the price gets to 200, I'm getting 40 naira. Just like that per liter. You see, so also another issue I wanted to point out here is the issue of the subsidy here.
All right, you know what, Dr. Akali, let's KIV the subsidy issue, because you raised some points, and I see Shuaibu Mohammed has been itching to respond. But Shuaibu, I know that you're going to come in. But Kieran, there's a subtle point here. I know that you run away from legal issues. Perhaps this might be clarified in the course of this conversation. In whom does the property in imported fuel reside? Okay, let me break it down. You say DSDP, direct sale, direct purchase. NNPC says take this crude and then import so much refined petrol and kerosene, right? So you now import and you put it in the private depot. So when you put it in the private, I'm asking about the property, that is the ownership. Who owns the imported refined petrol and kerosene in your depot? KIV that matter, because that's the property right that may then explain what probably we are dealing with, assuming that is necessarily the case. But Shuaibu, let's hear from your perspective.
Thank you very much. I want to disagree, first of all, with Dr. Alkali on what he said concerning petroleum marketers. We are businessmen. We invested our money in order to gain back and make a profit. No businessman wants to invest his money without making any profit. So nobody hoard products the way he tried to tell Nigerians. No marketers hold product. And again, there is what he said concerning marketers importing product. It's unfortunate. Maybe he's not in tune with what is happening currently. As it is today, no individual, no marketers can import product to this country except NNPC, because government is subsidizing. The landing cost alone in an economic where the government is regulating, and the landing costs, nobody can go and bring this product and sell at the regulated price. So government subsidize. Is that not why they are paying subsidy? Government is the only person now that import this product into the country and regulate it and subsidize. So that notion, I want to correct that it is only NNPC as it is today that import.
Yeah, but he said, Dr. Akali said, look, NNPC doesn't have in reality the capacity to do that.
Yes.
And the fact that you are labeled an importer as NNPC, sole importer, does not prevent the NNPC from subcontracting importation. That's the point he made.
Yes. And this is where I'm going to. He talked about DSDP, that government contract this to marketers. And these marketers are, so I'm telling him that it is the NNPC that bring this product, but they don't have the facilities to store this product. They took this product to private tank farms and keep them there. So by the time they put it there, the tank farm resume the owner. So we are licensed. Now we are buying from third party. Marketers are licensed. directly to deal with NNPC.
Do marketers buy from NNPC? Do the tank farm owners buy from NNPC?
Well,
do they pay?
That is why I'm saying.
Or does NNPC pay them for storing their products in their property?
Which would appear to be what you are saying.
Yes.
But if I say store, the property in the petrol is in me that imported. If I say store, then I pay a cost for storage. So what do we know? What do we understand?
I think from the Atlas scope, the depot owners, they paid when these products come. They paid and take it to their tank farms and maybe other charges. But we marketers, we are licensed to directly to deal with the NNPC. By the time NNPC, if the depots or the refineries are working, all this importation will not be there. I have said something here before, like what Dr. Bala said. You see, today in Nigeria, we have to tell ourselves the truth. A country like Singapore, they are not oil producing country. But they have the best refinery in the whole world today. They buy this crude oil, refine and sell back to us. We in the OPEC, our position is number 6. We are oil producing nation. But as I'm talking to you, we have 4 refineries in this country. They are more or less obsolete. No one is working. We have 1 in Warri, 2 in Port Harcourt, 1 in Kaduna. No one is producing. And I have said it on this program before. The way the system is designed, like what Doctor said here, in fact, it's excellence. But wealth is the problem. It's our attitude.
Okay, on the role of individual marketers,
yes,
in the present scarcity we're talking about, in the present saga, there are some stations that we have noted that don't operate under normal circumstances. They are filling stations, but they don't function. But the moment there's fuel scarcity, they begin to operate. And mostly at night. And all. So, is that some of your members who are recalcitrant, or is it a kind of a survival strategy by your members who are already hit by the shortage, by the shortfall in the supply of petroleum products?
Okay, thank you very much. As I'm talking to you now, the licensed marketers before, like Abuja, Nasarawa, Kogi, Niger, and some part of Kaduna State, they are TT zone, is Suleja Depot. Those depots are not working now. All we are doing, you have to bring this product from down south. Majority of marketers today, you cannot even get access to load. You have to apply to NNPC. There are so many applications now, marketers have applied to NNPC. No, they didn't approve. And you don't even know where you are going to get this product at the officially approved price.
So
now these marketers you see, they don't sell, but when there is scarcity, you see them selling. Of course, you know the law of supply and demand. When the demand is high, what do you expect? They are businessmen. So they can go elsewhere and get the product. Because when the commodity is surplus, you know what happened. So as it is, the demand is high and the commodity is scarce. So anybody who has the facilities and you can find your way how to, as a businessman, you will go there to get.
And I think I'm not cutting you short, really, but I think you have made a point. There was a time those days, we used to have a military regime. We had one in Delhi, and there was fuel scarcity everywhere. There was no fuel everywhere, even at government house. So one particular young man, like sits in the MNA, where we have a depot, have a depot in MNA, it was dysfunctional at that point. So the young man was getting his fuel from Warri. He would go to Warri with his tanks or tankers, right? Stop his filling station, and he was the only person that has fuel in the whole Enugu state. And the military governor said, "Who is he? Go and bring him. Go and get him arrested." He was arrested and brought to the government house. And the government asked him, Abuja then, say, "How come you are the only person that has fuel? What are you doing?" He says, "Look, sir, if you want to kill me, no problem. But I'm the only person that has the capacity to bring fuel in this state. Let nobody come and go to depot. Depot is dry. So you should commend me for making fuel available in the state." the governor, at the point, the governor can businessmen who are already shortchanged based on what is going on now scout for the product and sell at any price.
Okay, when you, like as it is now, sir, let's take Abuja for example, Kano, Lagos. These are cities like Abuja now, for example. You cannot sell this product above government approved price. But when you go, you mention East. When you go to East, these places, they know where to get this product because they are businessmen. They want to make their business. But the legitimate ones that I'm telling you, the marketers are no longer getting it. You apply to NNPC, how do you get it? We are more or less third party. We're supposed to be buying direct from NNPC. The products now are in private hands. You that is licensed to be getting this, you are going to buy from third party.
Yeah,
at exorbitant rate. So what do you expect?
Alhaji Shuaibu, thank you very much. In a sense, you appear to be reinforcing the views of Dr. Alkali regarding hoarding. Because if those who have the products don't want to deal with you on the basis of fairness, but profiteering, and then they hold back and so on and so forth, that would appear to be the case. But Dr. Timoko, you've been listening to all of this. You have your entry point from anywhere you may choose to respond. But yeah, before we go on the break, just carry on.
The theory of natural monopolies, which is exactly the problem you seem to be glorifying. It's when you have one supplier for anything, whether it's tomatoes or potatoes, you create the moral hazards that we are now describing. Do I stay in business? Okay, by trying to get, there's a famous case, Adnan's administration after the Second World War, and it's taught in any good MBA school. So about this moral hazard. The key is that the Germans have always been a very productive people. And they had potato rations. And of course, you had to go and get your potato card to go and get some potatoes. Of course, everybody was hoarding the bloody product. Okay? But the moment rations ended, okay, the prices shot up, and of course, Germans who are entrepreneurial and everybody brought out their potatoes where they hid it from. There is no legislation now that I'm talking about, the PIA, that has been removed. Section 64 is actually the section where NNPC is continuing this situation in which the petroleum prices are set, and that is government policy. But the best way for this country is not what the gentleman from Malaysia is talking about. The investors will not come if you are setting a price for them. They come to buy your crude oil simply because you are not the one fixing the price. The moment you are fixing, in Singapore, they don't fix the price of petroleum products. Okay? Where there is no oil being produced. Yes, there are 5 of the largest refineries in the world that are there, and I worked in Singapore. Okay? So, clearly, it's a place where you bring in your tanker, you sell the oil, and those who come to buy the products, right, the government of Singapore does not set the price of petroleum products. The danger for Nigeria is that there are 2 things you must recognize: the value of the product and the infrastructure. And this is the clear distinction that must be made. The value of the product and the cost of the infrastructure is what the regulator has right to look at your tariff model. That's what the PIA says. Okay? The PIA does not fix the price of petroleum products because it's foolhardy. Why is it foolhardy? It's exactly the kind of moral hazard that someone has a cost of doing business. except we are not North Korea. So we cannot lock people up, seize their property, etc., and be using mobile courts in a democratic society when I'm just in the conduct of a proper business, buying and selling. Okay? Trying to fix, it is foolhardy for Nigeria to fix the price of petroleum products. We can look at the economic return someone makes, whether I own a tank farm, and because multiple users use it, you don't want price gouging, etc. Then the tariff for the pipeline, etc. Now, to address the issue you raised, which had to do with, so why should I have a problem in Lagos, and Lagos should be able to get those supplies? Again, it is the issue of the way in which our tariff is run. Tariff is a postage stamp, so it's kind of a fixed rate across the country. The way the design of the pipeline system and the storage systems, etc., many of the things that are happening is that we don't have a replacement cost tariff for them. And someone has to pay for the insurance of fixing all those pipes that have been tampered with. So you need a tariff rate that reflects all of those costs. There is an economic solution to this. It is not a solution of the army or the police, because you cannot put policemen across your every part of your border, nor have policemen guarding every petrol station in the country, when an economic solution is the only viable solution they have. You mentioned the southeast and places like that. People are more practical when it comes to service delivery. I buy it at $2.50, let's say, and they pass on the cost along the road. So at time I spend 6 hours queuing up in some petrol station in the middle of the city or coming to, it's completely unnecessary. Economists see that as a waste of the economy. Yes, the time I could have spent on economic activity. Rather, I am sitting idle and watching a monopolist. All right. Because you can't cure that. So it's the problem that needs economic cure, and you must separate the value of the product from the cost of transporting it and delivering it to you.
All right, thank you very much. In a way, you mentioned monopoly. I recall those secondary school economics,
yes, theory of natural monopoly, and how to deal with them.
All right, thank you, Dr. Okon. Let's take a short break now. When we come back, the program continues. You're watching Good Morning Nigeria, and please stay with us.
The Ministry of Police Affairs under my watch has been instrumental to strengthening the Nigerian police force to tackle challenges in the internal security architecture of the nation. To effectively achieve its mandate to protect lives and property within Nigeria, the Nigerian police have deployed operational intelligence and ICT-based apparatus to tackle and stem the tide of crime and criminality. Some of these efforts include the maximization of the Force Intelligence Bureau, Intelligence Response Team, and Special Tactical Squads through utilization of emergency contacts via the NPF Rescue Me application for emergency response at the top of a button.
This message is brought to you from the Federal Ministry of Information and Culture. A new edition of TV Guide is out, featuring an impeccable personality with purposeful leadership. Alhaji Mohammed Meitakobi, the Executive National President of Road Transport Employers Association of Nigeria.
In 774 local governments, will be able to put all our structures in everywhere. I'll be able to bring the returns members together, reconcile them to come and work for the progress
of the association.
Welcome to a world of fun and excitement as we also present an assemblage of professionals in the media space. Some compelling NTA programs, current trends in the fashion world, ICT, sports, entertainment, and lots more. Get a copy at the vendor near you or any NTA station nationwide. TV Guide.
Educate your staff and family, particularly on measures to safeguard information and report security breaches. Apply relevant legal security guidelines to protect yourself and your neighbors. Due to misinformation and wrong choices, some idle persons resort to vices in their greed to get rich quick. They resort to kidnapping, killings for rituals, and other heinous crimes. Avoid wrong use of the social media. Before you broadcast that false message, think twice. Ask whether it will promote peace or violence. For safety at home, still be security conscious. Educate your household on safety tips. Report all suspicious movements and persons to the security agencies nearest to you. Be a good citizen. Be patriotic. To pass security information, please call 0813-222-2105, 0915-339-1309, 0908-837-3514, or send a mail to dssPR@dss.gov.ng. This message is from the Department of State Services, DSS.
The counsel of our fathers.
My advice to these young people is please do not take us back to those harrowing days. You probably do not know what it is.
Nigerian youths, let's build our nation together.
You're welcome back, and you are on to Good Morning Nigeria, live on the network service of the Nigerian Television Authority. All our three guests are still with us here in the studios, and Balazaka is still with us also via Zoom. We're just trying to make sense of the persistent fuel scarcity, and you can see the experts are raising multiplicity of perspectives that are very interesting. But how then, of course, do we get over the current challenges? Balazaka, two issues I want to raise. In a sense, they are interlinked. Under the DSDP, and I'm sure this is private contracting, no, well, not necessarily private contracting, contractual agreement between the NNPC and those who then import petrol and DPK, which is kerosene. Very little is said about other derivatives from crude oil, because we know that there are multiple derivatives from crude oil. So if it's only DPK, kerosene, and petrol you are going to bring, what happens to the other derivatives? And then what then would be the rationale for anyone who has imported, say, petrol and kerosene, to now have it in its own storage and say, no, you know, because of the war in Ukraine and Russia, exchange rate issues, I'm going to raise my price. You are raising your price for petrol and kerosene, but other derivatives from the DSDP, nobody appears, I say, because I'm not certain, nobody appears to talk about that. That's one. Secondly, yes, the point about our obsolete pipeline network has been raised, but I don't appear to have heard anything in recent years also about saying, look, ascertaining the integrity of the pipelines. Is it that the entire network of hundreds, if not thousands of kilometers is ruined? Or, okay, there are portions that can still be salvaged and maintained? Because the only thing we hear, the only pipeline issue I hear has to do with AKK, that is Ajakuta, Kaduna, Kano, which is for gas. But for the network of pipelines, which of course Dr. Tim Okon has said, look, wonderfully designed, the very best. Schwabo, who was with us some weeks ago, did also remind us that, look, there is no reason why Abuja should at any time have shortage of fuel products, because it has at least two major sources of supply. For this, so it says three now. It just reminded me that three major sources of supply. So we are talking about all of these pipelines, it's obsolete. Have we sat down to say, look, how many kilometers are okay of our pipelines, how many kilometers are not okay, so that if you want to do work, because we cannot avoid the pipelines, we say, okay, excavate the old ones, fix new ones, and then, of course, wrap up your security. So 2 issues: integrity of the pipelines and why we are going to be talking about it, and 3, why should we, assuming that is the case, be blackmailed by marketers who are subcontracting from NNPC under the DSDP, and they are not talking about other derivatives that are profitable also on the market.
Thank you very much for those excellent questions. And for the purpose of this discussion, as I speak to you right now, I'm not advertising, but I want to tell you that there is this chartered institute called Chartered Institute of Transport Administration, CIOTA. It's a chartered institute. As I speak to you right now, CIOTA 2022 conference or summit is taking place at Yaradua Center right now. And they talk about all the modes of transportation or modes of transport. And there are 5. As I speak to you, go there right now, and after this discussion, I am the chairman. Balazaka is the chairman of Pipeline Transport Committee of CIOTA. It's a chartered institute. So it's not I'm not advertising a private body. I'm the chairman of pipeline transport nationally. But sir, I don't want us to deviate. We are discussing shortage of distillates. It is still painful that every discussion we are having now is still centering around imports. We are still insisting and centering around importation. I wish the way we are insisting that there must be election come 2023. You can see in those days when we were young, people will say no Jupiter can stop it. I wish the way we are saying no Jupiter can stop election in 2023. That's the way we will insist that no Jupiter can stop us from having functional state refineries. I wish we will be talking like that. I heard Alhaji Shaibu talking about, I don't blame Alhaji Shaibu. They are private people. They are after profit maximization and cost minimization. Yeah, so I don't blame him. And when I heard about the analysis in the southeast and the abundance, I don't blame them. They are after profit maximization. They don't care even if Nigerians die. Those people don't care, because as I speak to you, the minimum wage of Nigerian of Nigeria is about 30,000 naira. It cannot buy a bag of rice. It cannot buy a 50-liter jerry can of diesel. So when we are talking and we are analyzing and we know the way the country is practically, I'm not a theory person. I'm a practitioner in the industry till today. And when we talk about countries like Singapore and the rest, is drinking water a problem in Singapore? Is cooking gas part of the problem in Singapore? Is electricity part of the problems in Singapore? Is good roads part of the problems in Singapore? We're talking about basic energy security here that Nigerians cannot afford. And we are looking at the practical indices. As I speak to you right now, even the upstream sector is suffering, and people don't want to talk about it. Quote me that I, Balazaka, said, as of today that I'm speaking to you, there are no up to 15 active drilling rigs in Nigeria. So let's even keep the downstream sector apart. We don't have up to 15 active drilling rigs. And for a country like Nigeria, and you don't have up to 15 active drilling rigs, when we used to have more than 45, but now we don't have up to 15. How can you be able to produce and meet up with your OPEC quota? How can you be able to produce to meet up with your even internal budget quota to take care of budget deficits? These are the things I talked about. I was in a meeting before this NNPC and NTA discussion. I was in an operations meeting. The truck they are using, the drilling rigs, the barges they are using are also relying on diesel. They are in pains because a liter of diesel is about 800 naira. In some places 850, 900. So even the oil companies are in pain because of energy shortages. As I speak to you now, even yourself, you know, in that your studio at NTA, if you go and cost how much you are spending on diesel, it will be difficult to break even. I'm in Lagos, you are in Abuja. Quote me that I said Many strategic industrial sectors, strategic commercial sectors, and strategic domestic sectors are suffering. The banks are practical example. Many banks now, even in Abuja, Lagos, and other places, open around 9 or 10 o'clock and they shut down at around 2 or 3. Is that productivity? We're talking about basic and simple things here. And quote me that I said, refining is not as complex as heart surgery or kidney transplant. It is not. Refining is basic chemistry. Quote me. And I will continue to insist, if refining was not a profitable business, why are other countries refining and we go there and import? Then let me also say this. To me, subsidy is an economic pain cushioning concept. It is to cushion pains. That is what subsidy is about. So even if subsidy in Nigeria is not working, that does not invalidate the principle and global meaning and definition of subsidy. And this is my definition of who leaders are. Leaders are part of citizens, but some citizens like me and others collectively accepted that we are going to hand over our economic, political, and social destiny in their care and in trust for them to manage for us in national interest. And so if refineries in Nigeria have not been constructed from 1990 or 91 to now, we are talking about 31 years. And even the current ones that we have are not maintained. As a loyal citizen, we must say it. And it's very clear. I mean, when you have a weak economy, when you have an emerging economy like Nigeria, you jump and say you will go into deregulation. When you have good concept like liberalization, when you have commercialization and the rest.
Balazaka, you have made some very pertinent points, and I'm sure Nigerians have taken that. Well, we feel the same way you do, because we are all Nigerians and we live here. We have no other nation, and nobody is happy that we are importing a product that we are richly endowed with. And as someone just said a short while ago, that refining is not a rocket science technology. It's a simple technology for those who understand it, and that is why we have artisanal refiners, across Niger Delta. These are persons who didn't study engineering or any chemical engineering, but then they know the technology and they're churning out good products that are being used around this country. It's some simple truth that we are facing.
Use the minds of people. There are things that are simple refining, and then there are complex refineries, we need to be careful again. You're taking on a complex subject and reducing it to there are complex refineries. Complex refineries do much more than produce fuels. You have non-fuels, and the tragedy of Nigeria is that all of these refineries, etc., are not, even if you turn them on tomorrow, they do not produce it. There's nothing that they do to add value to anything beyond fuels. Crude oil is not only PMS, the distillate he likes to talk about, which is essentially kerosene and diesel. But the entire value chain, value-adding products, when it comes to refining, it's not something we do.
What I'm saying is germane. There are no two ways about this. But what we need in this country is just PMS, kerosene, and this is one can be functional in the first place. Then the other complex aspect, the other advanced aspect can be taken care of.
I'm sorry to jump in here. Because we haven't had the opportunity of going around the other guests again. This is a very interesting subject matter, so we have to return to it most likely tomorrow, but we'll sort that out with our producers to get to know what to do. One question, because earlier you were talking about, so look, why is it a big deal for us to have had refineries? When the Kaduna refinery was being constructed, how many years did it take Chiyoda to build the Kaduna refinery?
No.
Because I recall in the 70s, this was during the military regime, they were digging and then laying pipelines, and you could see them, through the entire corridor. And they said, oh, this was was going to take crude oil to Kaduna for refining purposes, and so on and so forth. How many years did it take Toyota to build it? And how many years would it have taken us to build new refineries? We're saying, look, there are no investors, we have been borrowing. Why did we not borrow to also build new refineries and save on our forex? It's a continuing conversation, on which note we have to thank our able 4 guests this morning. We will, of course, tap again on their experience and knowledge when we return to this subject matter. Shuaibu Mohammed, Secretary of IPMAN at the Suleja Abuja Depot, we appreciate your being with us this morning.
Thank you.
Dr. Abubakar Alkali, University Lecturer and Oil and Gas and Environmental Analyst, thank you for being our guest.
Thank you so much.
Via Zoom, Bala Zaka, Petroleum Engineer and Public Affairs Analyst, thank you for being with us. And by the way, we had Ciota guests who were with us on Good Morning Nigeria last week, probably on Thursday or Friday, if I recall. I think it was on Friday. So go ahead with your conference and best wishes. Here in the studios also, our deep thanks to former Group Executive Director of NNPC, as he then was, Dr. Tim Okon, Petroleum Economist and Managing Partner, Tenno Energy Resources. Dr. Okon, always a delight having you on Good Morning Nigeria.
Thank you.
All right, so that's it for us today. Join us again tomorrow, same time, 7 o'clock in the morning. Look after yourselves. I'm Kingsley Osadolo.
And I'm Kirian Umayo. Thank you for watching, and see you again.
Yeah.
Latest entrant, latest technology. Welcome to Intel 4G LTE Advanced and experience super fast internet access today. Visit intel.com.ng or any of our stores in Lagos, Abuja, and Port Harcourt to get started. Intel. Learn more.
What is happening? Your eyes are red. Your arm is a machete and a gun.
See, I am angry and I can't even contain it. See.
My guy, calm down.
See,
calm down.
See, Oga, I have planned to go and destroy these people's businesses in the city. I have to retaliate for what they've done at our place. They cannot eat their cake and have it now, never.
If you destroy their business here and they destroy that of those close to you over there, especially that your brother who sends you steady cash, how would you survive? Would your dreams be on hold?
See, what you're saying is correct, but I'm still angry.
Best way is to embrace peace. With peace and unity,
people, let us embrace peace and unity. Let's learn to live as brothers and sisters for a progressive, prosperous nation. This message is brought to you from the Federal Ministry of Information and Culture.
We've been waiting. It's time to rise up, do it again. Africa, do your dance now. Brother, you win and dance now. So we never lose it again.
This is the network service of the NTA.
welcome to Thoughts for the Week. My name is Cordelia Ogbay, and the program is simply all about Proverbs. Proverbs from everywhere. Proverbs that give life or light to things happening around us, that will let us know that our elders, the grey hair they have on their head, is not just shakara grey hair, and they'll say it's not because they carried a white goat on their head, that's why they have the grey hair. No, it's also a sign of wisdom, especially when it's a wise elder. Welcome to the program, and today we'll be talking about guarding our honor. Our elders say, when a leopard is seen so often, it is regarded as a civet that's got not as much dignity, as much prowess or power as the leopard itself. Our elders say that is what a responsible wise person will say to himself to avoid going to a particular place too often. That is what our elders say mothers, fathers should say to themselves to avoid going to the homes of their married children too often. Because sometimes your children and your in-laws may be a bit tired of your maybe overstaying, but who will tell you? Nobody. Our elders have come to say, when relations are far apart, the love for one another is stronger. And that is the very truth. When we give ourselves space and give ourselves chance to recover from maybe the very last visit you paid, you discover that we would appreciate ourselves more. Our people in Owa, they have a particular saying, and that saying is a very true one, which is, when a visitor overstays his welcome, his host will use his walking stick to chase goats. That is the truth. So our elders would always warn us about guarding our dignity and not going to places too often or overstaying our visit. It is also said, the king who lowers his crown to knee level would sooner or later lower the name of the kingdom to ankle level. That is, a king who doesn't guard his dignity one day will not only reduce his own name, but the name of the whole kingdom. So what our elders say, guard your dignity. Know when to leave, know when to stay. Do not overstay your welcome. So, our thoughts for the week. Mothers, fathers, uncles, aunties, whatever your title is, think about it. Are you doing exactly what you used to complain about when you were younger? Are you now beginning to be like a burden to your children in their marital homes? Where is that particular place you frequent all the time? This week, try and look at the faces, the actions of the people at that place and ask yourself, are you gradually turning from a leopard to a civet? Think about it. For our elders say, the words of our fathers are words of wisdom. The wise ones would hear and get wiser. Do you have any proverb from your region that talks about guarding your dignity or our dignity? You could send it to thoughtsfortheweek@gmail.com with a lovely picture, I'd always say, and guess what? You may just be on the next segment. I'll see you next time. Till then, take care of yourselves and remember, wisdom does profit. I'm Cordelia out there. Bye-bye.
conversation, and the platform is the Nigerian Television Authority, the network. And my name is Elizabeth Abba. You notice that I am not smiling, and that's because the topic we are treating today, I'm not going to say it's not as is more serious than all other topics. Every topic is serious if you happen to enter this room, but this is really very life-threatening, and I'm scared because research we've been making, discussion behind the camera with the people involved, the experts in the house, I get even more frightened. And I want to believe by the end of today we'll be able to proffer solutions to, not for me, I mean the rate is not good enough. Eradication is the ultimate. The show is Conversation, like I said, and I'm Elizabeth, and we'll be discussing hepatitis from the A to Z, if you like. And I have experts in the house, but before I let the men talk with us, I will quickly have you introduce yourself. You're looking very golden.
Well, I'm looking golden. Thank you, Liz. It's good to be here this morning, and I'm particularly happy about the topic because I've had a few relatives, had to treat hepatitis C, which is extremely expensive. It used to be extremely expensive when they treated it, and all that. I'm hoping that the drug is cheaper now, so it's certainly something that I would like to learn more about.
Mm-hmm. And sir?
Yes. It's very, very essential to get to tell the public the importance of awareness on the issue of hepatitis.
But I'd like to know who you are first.
And I'm Dr. Kasim Tonko Zakari. I'm the acting director of this Control FCT Primary Care Board.
Okay.
We have to. It's not all about us, but it is about the public.
Definitely.
Absolutely.
The public.
I'm Dr. Isa Yahya Masa, the acting executive secretary of City Primary Care Board. Good morning, Nigerians.
Okay. Good morning, Nigerians. And as you can see, the topic is quite heated in all of our minds. And whether you're sick or you're not sick, I need you to get into the house and listen to the contributions that will be coming from here. We also accept yours when you send it. But now let's take a quick break, just a brief one. And when we're done, we'll hit it right in. And of course, our lines will be open, expecting you to send in your own questions or perhaps suggestions. Let's go.
"24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You can watch NTA International live on your TV, computer, iPad, tablet and phone. Log on to visiontv.co.uk and click on Entertainment, then NTAI. You can also download the iOS or Android app on your mobile devices to watch NTA International on the go, anywhere in the world.
Although social media as a channel of communication is inherently harmless, it becomes harmful and damaging when used without discretion and thoughtfulness. Bad social media users spread rumors and fake news without verification. But good social media users stop, reflect, and verify information before sharing it. Be a good social media user. Stop the spread of fake news. Verify the authenticity of your source and use social media responsibly for a better Nigeria. This message is brought to you by the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA, in collaboration with the National Orientation Agency.
When there's a child out there that's not getting the same that your own child is getting, the difference will tell, and there will come a time in the society where that child is going to take his pound of flesh.
Where you can actually, everything from watching a program with the child, you can start up the conversation from something on the TV and say, oh, you know.
For me, it's like, hurry up with this business. And you don't want to, and it's not about me, it's about the guys, they're not ready to marry.
Yes. If she wants to ask something, no, I know my mother very well. In fact, the most interesting one is when I put up pictures on WhatsApp, Snapchat filters and all that, she will call me.
was okay. I got tired of Portland.
All right, it's still conversation, and I have the doctors in the house. I want to start with you right away because I have questions that I'm sure will be on the minds of a lot of Nigerians. I'd like to know what's the difference between hepatitis B, is there A?
Between the different colors of hepatitis.
Is there Z? I actually promoted
there are so many.
Okay, how do I know which one is which?
Let me tell you, we have the strains of the virus that causes inflammation of the liver, and it damages it through cirrhosis or cancer of the liver development. We have hepatitis E, we have hepatitis B, we have C, we have D, we have E. Well, of all these I mentioned, hepatitis B is more severely important because it can kill faster than all other strains.
Wow.
And the way it is acquired differs among all these strains. Hepatitis A is more infectious. It can spread faster, but it is fecal-oral. When there is contamination of food, water sources, even on surface, an individual can get it. It can lead to acute or chronic illness. But
just slow down. I'm not
good. For hepatitis B, that one, the individual can get it through infected transmission from mother that is infected to her baby during childbirth. A child that have it can equally give another child through play with cut. Then we equally have, when one uses infected instrument for infected person, like needles, syringes among drug abusers, we equally have issues of transmission among the medical health workers. If infection control prevention is not effective in a clinical hospital setting, it can bring outbreak of that, and it is very, very serious. But the issue is how serious and life-threatening it is. Vaccine that is safe, effective, is available, and that will give protection up to 98 to 100%. So these things are readily available, and it's life-saving.
We'll get to that. I still want to, get a little bit more. You mentioned something about transmission through water, through food, right?
That's hepatitis
A.
Yes.
What about C?
Hepatitis C can equally be acquired through contamination of food. You get it? But the one that is killing blood products, blood itself, is hepatitis B.
Let me just ask this. What about physical intimacy? Is any of them passed through that way?
It can be passed, either of them can be passed equally through sexual transmission, contact with multiple partners, between infected and uninfected persons.
How about when I hug somebody? Ordinary hugging?
Ordinary hug. If you're going to hold yourselves, you never can say if the clothing of the individual is equally contaminated, and that's why we promote hand washing even after hugging.
After hugging.
Yes.
If the clothing is contaminated.
If the clothing is contaminated, you hold on somebody's clothes, your hands will be contaminated.
Oh, there's problem.
That's for Hep B, right?
No,
for all of them.
For all
of them.
But for B, it is very important to stress and to know that through blood products, secretions, either semen, saliva, beyond that, menstrual flow among women during childbirth, all are key.
Okay, let me
like HIV to a certain degree.
Some people say that the medication is also
the risk of transmission plays same line, because when you are talking of HIV, it can be acquired during perinatal birth, It can equally be a transmission from mother to child. Then among essentially drug abusers, then men having sex with men, in all this are implicated in HIV. The same thing in
men having sex with men.
Yes.
Cause it.
Yes.
But men having sex with women.
Oh,
That is the physical intimacy.
Physical intimacy.
I want to go to Dr. Fatsa. I need to know what's the predominance in Nigeria. I mean, what's our statistics like? I've gone through, some say 19 points this, some say 12 point that. Millions of people actually living with it. What is our status?
Actually, WHO defined, or actually in some literatures, WHO said that about 1/3 of the global population.
1/3, that's huge.
Yes.
1/3
has been exposed or infected. But you know, just when he was classifying them, although we are still just beginning the discussion, there are some that actually are self-limiting. If somebody gets exposed, get infected, and you get cured, probably without even any intervention. One of them, I think, like E or so. You can be infected and get cured.
It's like a time.
And then and then you develop antibody against it, and it's life throughout your life. You don't get infected.
So if I get the E,
yes,
and I get cured,
yes,
the antibody I develop, would it also prevent me from B?
No.
Oh, okay. Okay.
That is why the serotypes are different from each other, and their epidemiology differs. So basically, people are getting exposed, and we really need to, anyway. We need to bother about the predominance. We need to know about who and how many people are exposed. But fundamentally, I want people to know that we are talking about hepatitis because it's affecting a very vital organ of the system. What is the vital organ? The liver. Liver does virtually everything that you think every human being is living a normal life. It plays very key role. The food you eat, the first once you finish eating your food, the blood that collects that food from the stomach passes through the liver and handles it. The liver does so many things. One of them, it produces the bile.
The bitter bile.
It also processes the protein, the carbohydrate. Yes, it processes the protein, the carbohydrate, the fat that you take, it processes it. Even the drugs, it breaks it down into small pieces that the body can use. It also produces something that we call albumin. The albumin and vitamins. What it does is that usually it provides a means by which it controls the system, the blood circulation, and even bleeding, including clotting factors. So the liver does a lot of things. So irrespective of what type of the virus that affects the liver, it's the essence is that we must see that we protect the liver. And anything that happens to the liver can compromise the life of an individual. So we are talking about it and creating awareness. By the time we finish discussing, we'll be telling the public what not to do so I don't get infected.
That is very important.
I think that is very key. What not to do, and what to do to also preserve your liver. What not to do, not to be protected, not to be infected, include things like not taking contaminated food.
When you say
not getting
I want to get it right. Which food is considered contaminated? Because there are some things you go to buy in the shop, they will tell you best before. Some they will tell you expiry date. Growing up, some people, there's this soup that you like, your mother will cook it. In the morning you wake up, it's sour. You go and heat it up, and it heats up. You don't want to lose it, you want to eat it. But when I eat that kind of soup or whatever it is, it's soured in the night, I warm it up and eat. Is it contaminated?
No. Okay, let me tell you. If you want to take precaution against contaminated food, make sure your food is warm, is heated up.
Oh, okay.
It destroys all form of bacteria and most of the viruses.
Beautiful.
That is one. Number two, the food handler must also be sure who is handling the food. And that's why we're going to be talking about screening here. People should be screened to know whether they are infected or they are not infected. And when you are not infected, precautions are there. If you are infected, there are also precautions that you take. Go for treatment. You are referred to a doctor that will manage you and what have you. But if you are not infected, it means you have not been exposed. And if you are negative, what you do, you also have to go for vaccination so you don't get infected. You understand? So there are many things we are going to discuss here, but basically means by which people get infected include issues like taking blood contact, just as I had mentioned earlier, body fluid contact. When I mentioned that, we all understand what we are talking about. And then when it comes to orophycal means of transmission, orophycal feces from individuals are already contaminated. Don't allow it to go into your mouth.
Yuck.
By all means. It's not as if you are going to see feces and put your hand there. No. That is why the essence of hand washing, hand hygiene, personal hygiene, and of course environmental hygiene is extremely important. The outbreak of COVID has actually exposed many of us to understand what we need to know to do and how to behave through and remain safe. That's what we call universal precaution. In a hospital environment, we are going to carry awareness among health workers. In a hospital environment, every patient that comes to the facility, you should assume is infected. Yes. Just assume.
Even if it's your wife.
Infected
with any form of disease.
Okay.
Is carrying an infectious disease. Any patient. If it's your wife, you should have screened her. The fact that once you have that idea that anybody that's coming to you as a patient or as a client is infected, you do universal precaution. And when in hospital environment, what you do is, one, you keep your hand washed, you use hand gloves, you also keep some distance, and of course recently we discovered COVID through air. We wear a face mask and two other things. And once you have contact with one person before the next person, you also have to wash your hands. All these precautions are very important. So it is a very serious, just as I had actually mentioned earlier, it's a very serious and challenging disease because it is affecting a very vital part of our system. The liver handles so many things. And you can imagine an individual that does not eat food will definitely have some compromised situations. So food that you eat passes, including drugs, passes through the liver. Including cholesterol is produced, is handled by it's excreted from the liver. This is so many things. The liver also activates enzymes that help you to do so many things, to handle so many things, including the handling of the drugs, handling of the food, and what have you.
This liver is
liver is very vital.
It's overloaded.
No. I'm happy you mentioned that word. You don't have to overload it. It is not everything that is attractive to you that you should just go and start consuming. Because once you consume what is not very good for your system or what probably contains some contaminants, it will pass through the liver and it can challenge the liver. You were talking about cirrhosis. We were talking of chronic liver disease. Cancer. We were talking about cancer. Those are things over a long time. If you don't manage your system, don't manage your liver, if you are not aware that your liver needs to be properly cared for, like egg. Manage it like egg so it doesn't break. And what you do to manage it, you need adequate information about what not to do and what to do.
Those are the things we need to take care of today.
Yes.
Because we must get this,
And then somebody
I'm very glad that you're not giving me medical jargon. But just before you continue, sorry, let me take a break briefly, and then when we come back, those do's and don'ts is a must for me. I must learn it. I don't know about my sister, but I need to ensure that I do the right thing. The director, if you're ready, I want to take a break now.
"24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You can watch NTA International live on your TV, computer, iPad, tablet and phone. Log on to visiontv.co.uk and click on Entertainment, then NTA. You can also download the iOS or Android app on your mobile devices to watch NTA International on the go, anywhere in the world. NTA International, your window to the world.
Although social media as a channel of communication is inherently harmless, it becomes harmful and damaging when used without discretion and thoughtfulness. Bad social media users spread rumors and fake news without verification. But good social media users stop, reflect, and verify information before sharing it. Be a good social media user. Stop the spread of fake news. Verify the authenticity of your source and use social media responsibly for a better Nigeria. This message is brought to you by the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA, in collaboration.
When there's a child out there that's not getting the same that your own child is getting, the difference will tell, and there will come a time in the society where that child is going to take his pound of flesh.
Where you can actually, everything from watching a program with the child, you can start up the conversation from something on the TV and say, oh, you know.
For me, it's like, hurry up with this business. And you don't want to, and it's not about me, it's about the guys, they're not ready to marry.
Yes. If she wants to ask something, no, I know my mother very well. In fact, the most interesting one is when I put up pictures on WhatsApp, you know, Snapchat filters and all that, she would call me. There was a day I got tired of calling.
All right, this show is still on, and of course, we're looking at hepatitis A, B, C, D, E. I don't know if it gets to Z. We'll find out as we go. But I just have another woman joined us, and the rule of the house rule here is you introduce yourself by yourself. So the public is waiting to hear from you. What's your name?
Okay. My name is Dr. Aderonke Akonde. I'm a consultant public health physician and the divisional head, Communicable Diseases FCT Primary Healthcare Board.
Beautiful. Now, we've been talking at length, and doctors have been explaining to us about hepatitis B. I want to get to the angle of you and I, which is the woman. Are we more susceptible? Are we more predisposed to it than the men?
Okay, that's a very good question. Hepatitis is no respecter of any gender. Be it a man or a woman, you are at risk of contacting hepatitis. However, there are some strains of hepatitis virus that are sexually transmitted. So in this case, you can easily say, okay, a woman is at much risk of contacting it, even so as well as men who engage in this kind of unhealthy, unprotected sexual or multiple sexual partners practice. So it is a high risk for contacting hepatitis.
Oh, that's nice one.
Which one?
Okay,
you said
those that are sexually transmitted hepatitis C is one of them, and you can get it through blood or blood secretions, body fluids or body secretions.
Okay, and B as well?
Just like, as well as B. Just like my organs have rightly mentioned, because I was actually listening back door, and body fluid, which includes semen, and even secretion from women private parts like vagina or uterine wall. So they could be the carrier of this virus. So it predisposes women who engage in unhealthy sexual practice to this particular disease.
That's good. Now, before we took a break, you had something to say about the do's and don'ts?
No, I didn't have anything to say about the do's and don'ts, because I don't know, but I did forget to introduce myself. My name is Devan Mom. And since this is something that I'm not too familiar with, I think I'm just going to let the expert speak, and where I get confused, I'll ask questions.
Okay. Now, I know there are a lot of myths going on about this particular disease, the hepatitis, be it B or C or whatever. One of them I find quite intriguing, that the blood from a carrier can actually drop on a surface, and at the end of the day, that blood can stay up to 10 days, I don't know, and it's seemingly black, dried up. But I come in with a bare hand or exposed skin, probably with a cut, and I touch it, the virus is still active, and I get it. How real? Is it just myth?
Yeah, I can put it right. It lasts with limit of 7 days. It's still active, and within even the dried blood, an individual that had any cut abrasion on his skin or hand, and if you watch on the contaminated surface, you can pick it and you can be infected.
So it can actually stay 7 days on its surface.
Yes, but beyond 7 days, it won't survive.
You know, I walked into a gym really, and somebody finished working out on a treadmill, and before I climbed the treadmill, I took the sanitizer, the spray type, and did the anointing thing around it, and used the paper towels and cleaned up before climbing. It was a lady, and she was like, I thought, did I do anything wrong? I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Is that a good practice?
It's absolutely a good practice, and it shall be sustained. The woman that raised her eyebrow against you is not well informed. You wouldn't blame her. If she's aware or awareness get to her, she won't do that. And that is why it is important for us to create public awareness and expand it the more, so the public will know what it is and what is the implication if one gets it.
I have a question.
In fact, she's supposed to, sorry, in fact, she's supposed to even thank you for that.
Oh, wow.
Don't say why. She's supposed to thank you. And she's supposed to take a cue from you. When she comes into that gym, she's supposed to, whoever, no matter his placement in the society, that use the equipment before her, she should clean it. In fact, the owner of the gym should have that staff that is assigned to clean before and after the use of any individual. Once an individual uses, should clean before the next person. That is what will even increase public confidence in the services they are providing. We are talking about infection. We are talking about duration of when the blood is get in touch with. Who is counting the days?
Exactly. I have a question pertaining to this.
The blood has actually been dropped on that surface.
I have a question.
And who is even sure whether that 7 days is actually exactly 7 days? It could be 7.5 days. It could be 8 days. It also depends on the survival potent of that virus. It could change.
I have a question.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
The question I want to ask is, the chances of leaving a blood droplet lying around for 7 days is slim to zero, right? Most people, if they see, will just clean it off. Now, what we are saying is this. The question is, the fact that I use tissue to wipe off the blood, nobody will see blood and leave it there, except they don't see it. Now, you use a tissue and wipe it off. Does that eliminate the chances of it being potent, or it's just the fact that the blood is there and it wasn't wiped off?
I think we are missing the point here. It's not about the blood per se.
Yes.
Because even other body fluid.
What about sweat? Can it?
No, not sweat.
Okay.
When we say body fluid, we're talking about those that comes from the private parts.
Okay.
Or during child birth.
Breast milk.
Yes, and breast milk.
What about saliva?
Saliva is part of it. So, but
not everybody on the road is spitting anyhow.
So it's not about seeing blood alone. It is about the virus. And just like Dr. Foster rightly mentioned, the virus behaves in a way that we never understand. This virus, you are not even sure whether it could even sustain and and mutate and survive even longer than expected.
Just
so
like the COVID virus
moment
was
an
mutating.
infected person's body fluid stains a surface, whoever comes in contact with an open skin or open wound on top of such dry surface could be infected.
My question is this: is there no way of sterilizing it such that that doesn't happen?
Yeah, we have different methods of sterilization, and I think we need to talk more about that during the course of this program. And by that time, you are sure that you are denaturing the virus in the secretion that stains the surface.
You know, as she's talking, my mind went to, you go to toilets, public toilets mostly. Some men will pee and flicker the stuff, and then it drops on the seats. And perhaps nobody else went in there for 1 hour, it dries up. If such a man had the virus, you come in, you're in a hurry, you quickly pull your listen, I want to pee. It goes right back to you. So it's important we carry, women, I always say, carry little canister in your bag, plastic. And inside it, you can put the bleach we talked about. You can put other disinfectant inside.
Like something like that.
Or something like that, yes, exactly. So you carry it and spray on the surfaces.
And
wipe
another
it.
question I want to ask before I forget. This seems to be, sorry, I keep coming back to HIV because I have good working knowledge of HIV. I've worked in the sector, in the media unit. But perhaps it's not getting as much attention as HIV, if not more. I mean, you just told us that up to a third of the world global population will encounter hepatitis in one form or another.
Yes.
So why is there not as much noise about hepatitis as HIV?
Well, that was nice. You say that, you see, the way a manner will also behave. Once the system or the authority talk about a system, it's not sustained. It's not sustained. Even HIV now, how many people talk about HIV? The focus is now on COVID. COVID had killed so many people. COVID is still there. People are not even now. We need to even make more noise about COVID now because people are even refusing to take the vaccine because they feel that the risk is reducing because restrictions have been removed.
The speed at which the vaccine came out.
No, let me tell you.
But let them not quote me anywhere.
No, the speed at which the vaccine came out actually encouraged me to even take the vaccine because I know that we are actually heading toward disaster. We are already in disaster phase.
Anyway, we are talking about Hep C, so let's not.
I can mention that because it's very important. As serious as hepatitis is also as serious as COVID. Even now, those who are dying from COVID now are those who have actually taken the vaccine. I have not seen a single individual who have taken the vaccine and died.
So speaking of vaccine, doctor, I need you to link it up to the vaccine.
The vaccine, I see, will die very early. And when we look at us, we are alive.
When I took the vaccine,
I've seen some of my friends who they choose to take the vaccine. In fact, I'm talking, I'm a bit emotional, and some of them have died. Because they were arguing, oh no, I won't take. But once you get infected, the vaccine will not work. And I told him, or told some of them, that look, anything that belongs to the general population is doing, don't exclude yourself. If it becomes a problem, there will be solution.
Okay.
And there's something I want to add to what you said. You see, HIV attracted a lot of attention from donors and partners. But how many partners and donors are we having that are really talking about or giving that support?
Exactly. Where the money is where you hear the noise. There's so much money in HIV. And clearly, this hepatitis thing is more dangerous or just as dangerous as HIV. So why is there not as much noise being made about it? Why is there not as much noise being made about malaria?
That's why I'm making noise. I need that malaria only because it's always attacking me. But then some people are still sending messages to us.
Like seriously,
I must make sure that everybody
die of malaria like flies. Yeah, there hasn't been a single vaccine for malaria. COVID comes out yesterday and today there's a vaccine.
Okay, so good morning conversation and anchor discussions. Today's topic is very important for the public health of Nigerians and behavioral change communication. My question is, how potent is the bleaching agent in eradicating hepatitis B from the surfaces and metal objects? That's John Aduku. He's writing in from Kaduna. I guess it was you that said we could use it to disinfect the surface. He's asking, is it potent? Can you actually clean the surfaces?
Yes. Metal surfaces, specified metal.
It has to be diluted. I don't want to just start buying bleach.
Please don't go and swallow bleach. They say clean. Don't go and drink.
Yes.
Okay, so
it has to be diluted to about 75% or so. Yes.
But if you don't dilute it, won't it work?
It will work.
Because many people can't work with these ratios, 75% to how many percent?
Have to keep it in a very safe place.
Yes. As a matter of fact, I was told that in mopping the floor, growing up, you must always add a cup of the bleach into the bucket of water you're going to use to mop.
Yes.
And every night before you sleep, you pour a bit of it into the toilet, the bowl. To take care of bacterials that may accrue, pour it and cover it. So by the morning when you wake, you flush and brush. But then let's go back to vaccine that you talked about. I need to know, when am I supposed to take the vaccine? Does it expire? You know, I don't remember when I took it. I know I did, at a younger day. I don't know if it has expired. Should I take another one? These questions pop up and we get confused. How do we go about the vaccine, doctor?
Well, vaccine for hepatitis?
Yes.
Well, vaccine is, I think 3 doses.
Yeah, 3 doses.
Within the space of, how many weeks?
6
months interval. 3 months, 3 months also interval. That's possible. I don't want to quote figures now. But once you take the vaccine, you are protected.
Is it for life?
90
and
to 100%.
Hep B.
Yes.
Hep B only, not the entire Hep.
This is actually.
No.
Is it for all Hep?
No, not for all.
Not for all.
And that's exactly.
I think there are two of the serotypes that have vaccines.
Okay.
The leading ones are hepatitis B and C. They are the ones that cause a lot of burden on people, like causing liver cancers, liver cirrhosis, and inflammation of the liver. Hepatitis B is preventable, but not treatable.
Not curable.
Not curable,
okay.
I mean.
Yes.
Then C is curable, but there is no vaccine for it.
Yes.
So there is vaccine for hepatitis B. We give to children, we give to adults. Right from birth, children are scheduled over some period of years to take a particular dose at certain interval. The first dose is given at birth, then 6 weeks later, then 9 months, and so on until the age of 5, to ensure that, the child actually completed at least 3 doses.
My question is, if that child completes it, do I need another one when I get to 40 years, 50 years?
I'm still getting there because for an adult, you need a complete 3 dose of hepatitis B for you to be protected.
Okay.
So the first one is usually given on contact. While I meet you, I can administer the first dose. Then about 4 weeks later, you can take the second dose. Then over a period of like 6 months, you are expected to take the third dose. And this is long-lasting protection. So when you complete these 3 doses, you have to be sure that your protection is almost 100%. Meanwhile, you still keep to preventive measures that have been stated earlier on. So now we need to know whether you actually complete or completed the ones you took. If you have taken like 3 doses, that means you don't need to take any other vaccines for hepatitis B.
Okay.
There is also another fact. You just don't go and take the vaccine without being tested first. You have to be tested and you are negative.
Otherwise it will
when you are positive, you don't need the vaccine.
Yes.
You need the treatment. Okay.
So you need to classify. I don't want the public to just start going to the vaccine outlets and say, I want to take vaccine.
But
you must be tested.
If they get there, is the health professional not meant to tell them that you will be tested first,
Of
and
course,
if you have it,
they'll have to test you.
so there's no
When
harm
they
them
test
going.
you are negative, you take the vaccine.
Often when
If you
there
are
is
positive, the first line, the other line is to go for treatment and counseling and what have you. And these are the high risk groups.
Okay, so let's
other to the virus.
Okay, so I was tested positive of hepatitis B 7 years ago, but the doctor said it's not a chronic one, that I should eat more of vegetables, though since then till now I have not repeated the test. My question now is, what are the signs and symptoms if this hepatitis B is chronic? And if I decide to go for the treatment, how expensive is it? He didn't write his name, but then you got his question.
See, I'm trying not to laugh. Like, I'm sorry. Is he sure of the type of hepatitis
So
they say
B.
is B? And they told him to eat vegetables.
Yes.
Is that what exactly? Like, I know people who have died of Hep B.
I don't know what prompted the doctor to just advise the individual in that way. Somebody that is already positive, tested positive for hepatitis, you need more than that person. The issue is that, yes, you go for treatment, you have to be referred to a specialist that will be monitoring you. In fact, by now, they should have been monitoring even the viral load. They should also have been monitoring the progression of the liver function test.
Yes.
They should have also been monitoring how signs and symptoms, those are the asked. The signs and symptoms, you may even be infected at the early phase, you may not have any signs. But usually, when the signs start coming up, things like weakness of the body, abdominal pain, you don't get to jaundice. You get abdominal pain, feeling of ill health, you are not yourself, you wake up in the morning, today you are not fine, tomorrow you are better. And sometimes you begin to lose weight. People begin to, they are not looking nice. Then jaundice come in, of course, pain around the liver site, particularly the acute phase, when it is really infected, and the diarrhea and other associated symptoms will start coming in. So the person should be able to tell us.
Okay, so
you just answered the question. Have actually silent the person to feel good.
Wow.
There is no chronic. How does it determine whether it's not chronic? Chronicity is determined by the number of months, weeks, years you live with the virus.
Alright, so you didn't write your name, but I hope you're listening. It simply means that you should go and do a second opinion. Alright, you want to add something?
I want to add something. Beyond the liver function test and the viral load, issue of vegetable, the most important message the doctor would have told him, if he drinks alcohol, he should stop it.
He should stop.
Because it will
make it worse.
It will worsen it.
All right, so I guess your question just answered what your answer just answered what the next question. Somebody says Baturi from Bauchi says, how can I understand the early signs of hepatitis so that one can take action? Dr. Vatse has just explained that. I hope you copied that. Somebody is asking, is there any cure for it? Of course, we already heard B has no cure, but C does have a cure. Well done, SARS and MANS. Please, it's curable. Which type of drugs can we use? Adewale, we are not going to prescribe one. Go and see your doctor. Okay, another person, what is the remedy for a person that is already affected? Again, see your doctor, but if you listen to the doctors in-house, they told us clearly that we should avoid alcohol and take precautionary measures by washing hands regularly and all of that. I'm sending this from Port Harcourt. My question is, how will somebody know when he or she has disease? Is it not a wrong test?
No, I mean, like, if you're feeling perfectly well, the chances of just going to do a test are slim to zero. So is there anything that will galvanize you to go and do a hepatitis test? I think it's a valid question.
It is important to establish at this point that 2 out of every 3 individuals that manifest or are infected with the virus, they don't know.
I was going to ask that. They say some of them are very hidden.
So periodic, and every person should be sensitive about, I want to know my status. You go for screening because that's the starting point. If you go for screening, if you tested negative, you will now go and take your vaccine. The 3 doses. You take the 3 shots, you're well protected, 98 to 100%. But issue of how would you know? No. First, do the testing, that is screening. Then if you are negative, you go for vaccination. If you are positive, then you will be referred to a medical doctor, and they will assess to determine the level you are, whether it is acute, whether it is chronic, and has the damage been done to the liver or not. You will be managed over time. But
it still goes back to Nigerians being able to do regular annual checks to ensure that we stay healthy.
I think people just chip in. People need to understand that you need to check yourself regularly. You don't have to actually have symptoms, signs and symptoms. You know that routine checkup gives you confidence. When you go for routine medical checkup, it gives you confidence. And sometimes they don't pick one or two things.
Somebody say you cannot go to a doctor and come back normal.
Sometimes they will tell you your cholesterol is at the upper part of the normal. Or they will say, oh, regulate your ABCD. And you come back home very happy. You might think that spending so much money to do routine check is a waste of this thing. But by the time the diseases or your problem is detected early, it can be resolved.
Now, you see, I kind of sympathize with the people, talking about something somebody wrote on social media the other day that all these small girls that run around having babies anyhow in the village, that their children are always perfectly fine. That is when you carry your wife and you go to church that you want to marry, they will tell you go and do genotype test. That's the time you go and see genotype. And it kind of made sense, when people just marry randomly, they don't have sickle cell children. No, but when you say, let me go and do genotype, before we go, when they need you go and do this one has S, the other one has S.
I think that is very wrong. Because
why? People have problems.
Because they do have problems, actually.
No, actually, I'm just saying that in a light-hearted way, because it just seems as if you go and look for something, you find it. So people don't want to find it.
But you see, I've always cherished people who go for medical checkup.
It's important.
Most of the time when you see people living healthy, because they already know some of their problems and they take precautions.
Okay.
I have friends who don't take certain things. When you go out with them, I don't take
because my time is almost I want to look at lifestyle modification. Maybe you can start quickly. Maybe within 1 minute, tell us lifestyle modification to prevent.
Okay. Hepatitis, there's a lot of risk factors that can actually predispose someone to having hepatitis. And earlier on we talked about the sexual practice, that we should protect ourselves and we should avoid multiple sexual partners. That's one of them. Another lifestyle modification that is very key to liver function or liver health is intake of alcohol. A lot of people take alcohol in different forms. This morning, if you go to parks, you see a lot of people drinking sachet, drinking all sorts of gins, mixing things together. And there are local ones, there are those in bottles, in green bottles, in white, red, blue, different colors. All these are dangerous to liver.
All right, what about exercise? Does it help the liver to detox?
Exercise, physical exercise is good for the whole system.
Okay.
But most importantly, we should make sure people disengage from abuse of drugs, sharing needles and syringes, because this can lead to transmission of the hepatitis from the infected to non-infected individuals.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Now, some of us form this very, do I say good or bad habit? Of at the end of the day, we pop in 2 or 2 tablets of paracetamol to wake up strong and feel good. Does it have anything to do with the liver?
Oh yes.
Okay.
You see, chronic use of paracetamol can actually not only affect your liver, even your kidney.
Oh.
And beyond that, this as a final talking point that you are going out, people also need to know that we are creating awareness on the issue that have to do with liver. Okay. People need to know what they eat. What they eat regarding some particular form of diet. Because I told you earlier, all the food you eat, it passes immediately you get into the stomach, the blood circulation from the stomach passes through the liver with those food. And it's when you get to the liver that it pieces it into form that the body will use, including the brain. So if you overload your liver with a particular type of diet, for example, carbohydrate, it means the liver will be challenged with handling so much quantity of carbohydrate. If you also take so much of protein, the liver will be challenged with using so much protein. You take so much fat. So you need to take all these things in proportion that even you will be conscious that I'm not taking too much of this. Okay. So that the liver will be healthy.
Which foods are good for the liver?
All the food. It's not all the food. Not the food that is good for the liver. You don't overload the liver.
Okay.
I wish we had more time, but my director is actually my director is on my neck.
But at the same time, people eat what they want to eat, but you must ration it.
All right, so I think we'll have to do this topic again because at the end of the day, there's still a whole lot. People are writing, asking questions, and in my head, a whole lot is also going on. But there's no end to it. If you love yourself and if you love people around you, it's important we keep ourselves healthy. We love you, and if you don't watch me, I get really sad. So please stay on. Stay healthy so you can watch Elizabeth again on this show. It's conversation and just saying bye-bye for now.
NTA, you can't beat the rich.
24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You can watch NTA International live on your TV, computer, iPad, tablet and phone. Log on visiontv.co.uk and click on Entertainment, then NTAI. You can also download the iOS or Android app on your mobile devices to watch NTA International on the go, anywhere in the world. NTA International, your window to the world.
Welcome to Africa, the land of innocent civilization.
Hello and a warm welcome to the news at 10 on NTA News 24. We're live in Abuja, the nation's capital. I am Anne Jiburo. Here are the headlines.
There is therefore the urgent need for expedited collaborative actions by our security services to stop the circulation of all illegal weapons in the region.
President Buhari challenges heads of state and government on successful transformation and restoration of Lake Chad region. Vice President Yemi Osinbajo unveils EFCC Integrity Club manual. Steel Limited commences 24-hour operations in depots and designated petrol stations. National Population Commission reaffirms commitment to rewrite Nigeria's census history. Heads of state and government of the Lake Chad region have been tasked to take ownership of the challenges confronting their area and provide the desired leadership towards its transformation and restoration to its former glory. President Muhammadu Buhari, who through the challenge, also made a strong case for troops of the multinational joint task force to be adequately motivated to take the final push to eradicate terrorism from the region. This was at the opening of the 16th ordinary session of the heads of state and government of the Lake Chad Basin Commission in Abuja. Adamu Sambo reports.
The summit provided a platform for leaders of the 6 member states of the Lake Chad Basin Commission to holistically review ongoing efforts at sustainable management of Lake Chad regarded as their shared heritage. The state of Libya in particular is returning to active participation in the activities of the Commission for the first time in 7 years. President Muhammadu Buhari, who has been steering the affairs of the organization since 2018, takes pride in the great strides collectively achieved in the restoration of the Lake Chad region to its once enviable state and hope of economic development.
Our sustained sacrifices to restore peace and stability to the region and to enable the people in the area to return to their normal life and activities are highly commendable. The multinational joint task force has indeed become a model, breaking physical barriers and affirming the workability of a common approach to conquer challenges in the area. It must, however, be stated that despite the successes recorded by the gallant troops of the multinational joint task force and the various ongoing national operations in the region, the terrorist threat still lurks in the region.
The Lake Chad region, the president said, is faced with a complex security situation that is highly dynamic, constantly changing, and increasingly influenced by the impact of climate change and other variables, including external factors, which made it imperative for them to review the development and counterterrorism strategies that are operational in the region. The fight against Boko Haram and other forms of criminality, President Buhari insists, must remain issues on the front burner of discourse in the region.
Weapons being used for the war in Ukraine and Russia are equally beginning to filter to the region. There is therefore the urgent need for expedited collaborative actions by our security services to stop the circulation of all illegal weapons in the region. We all must rise and face the challenges of the region headlong in order to deliver the bright future we envisage for our region.
Some of the participating heads of state and government, including that of Chad, who emerged the new chairman, delivered their national statements at the summit.
We can never have sustainable or long-lasting peace in the Chad Basin countries if they are in poverty, experiencing unemployment and underdevelopment.
I would like to say that we have a very important role to play to make sure that we mitigate these challenges we're facing in our region.
Central Africa hereby provides its support for sustainable development of the Lake Chad region.
During the event, reports of the special envoy of the summit to Chad, as well as those of the Council of Ministers and Ministers of Defense of the region, were considered and adopted, while Ambassador Mamman Nuhu's mandate was renewed as the Executive Secretary of the Lake Chad Basin Commission. High-level talks were also held separately between President Muhammadu Buhari and the Chairman, Presidential Council of Libya, Mohammed Al-Manfi, as well as his Chadian counterpart, Mohammed Idris Deby Itno. Details of their discussions held behind closed doors were not disclosed. From the State House, Adamu Sambu, NTA News.
Advice has gone to the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission (EFCC) to continue building an army of young Nigerians in primary, secondary and tertiary institutions for the fight against corruption. One message which Vice President Yemi Osinbajo says the nation must keep passing on to the youth is that corruption is the worst destroyer of destinies of people and that they must fight it as one fights a mortal enemy in a war. State House correspondent Judy Unifadi reports.
From these members of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission's Integrity Club and Zero Tolerance Club, they crave for a better nation and a better future. To achieve this depends largely on a corruption-free society and have therefore opted to join the anti-corruption army to kill corruption before it kills their dreams. Vice President Yemi Osinbajo unveils the operation manual for the two clubs and also unveils the effects of corrupt practices on the nation and the people.
Public money is not for private pockets. It is meant for the public good. It's meant for public infrastructure. So everybody who is pocketing public resources does harm to our country and does harm to the future. Integrity clubs must become policemen against corruption and wrongdoing. Whether it is a member of government, or a shop assistant who is your friend, or in your own class, you must fight against cheating.
Chairman of the Commission, Abdurrashid Bawa, explains the reason for the initiative.
The future of our country belongs to us, the young generation, and the EFCC will spare no effort in ensuring that they are way on the path of probity and moral rectitude. It is therefore important for us to ensure that our youth are fully mobilized to identify with integrity and zero tolerance club. That our homes and communities need to join our schools in raising purposeful and decent citizens.
Here, schools are also advised to key into the initiative, mobilize their students to embrace the fight against economic and financial crimes. From the Model Secondary School here in Maitama, Abuja, Jide Unifade, NTA News.
Considering that corruption itself is a social malaise and a grave impediment to development, how can anti-graft agencies co-opt proactive public engagement towards ending the challenge? Some answers are beginning to emerge as young students and the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission tinker over feasible options to deploy. Olabode Aroa has more.
A typical cultural presentation, no doubt, by these students of Model Secondary School Maitama, Abuja, who seek to disseminate the message of zero tolerance to corrupt activities in Nigeria. A society where some see nothing wrong in bribery, cybercrime, prostitution and exam malpractice show how endemic the negative culture is and what it portends for the future of Nigeria if left unabated. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission (EFCC) has rapidly moved to curb such practices with the integrity and zero tolerance clubs it established for public sensitization on these ills.
School children are not only influential among their peers, they also wield some influence in their families and communities. It is the potential which the EFCC seeks to maximize in deepening the fight against economic and financial crimes. It is therefore important that in order to build a good future for the younger generation, we need to be sensitized.
The EFCC has also developed a manual to guide the advocacy against corruption, and the youth have displayed their support in this regard.
What I can say about corruption is that it is an illegal act and it is not good because the money or things that are meant for somebody else is being diverted to another set of people.
We are going to encourage this, our new, like my colleagues, to stop it because if you read, actually if you get to the exam, you will know what to write.
With the expansion of the EFCC integrity clubs to cover more schools across the country, the agency believes it is on the right track to supporting Nigeria's quest to attain true development. In Abuja, Olabode Arewa, NTA News.
NNPC Limited has programmed vessels and trucks to fast-track massive loadouts from depots to various states. Adeyemi Adetunji, Executive Vice President, Downstream NNPC Limited, who stressed that this exercise has been monitored closely, added that 24-hour operations in depots and designated petrol stations have commenced to keep the nation wet with petroleum products. Lydia Sampson reports.
As part of efforts to ensure product sufficiency nationwide, it says increased product loading and 24 hours operations in selected depots around extended hours at strategic stations is ongoing.
We currently have a national PMS stock of over 2 billion liters. This is equivalent to over 30 days sufficiency.
He attributed the recent queues in Lagos to ongoing road infrastructure projects around the Papa, which further compounded access road challenges in some parts of Lagos depots. According to him, the gridlock is gradually easing out. He noted that though Abuja is impacted by the challenges recorded in Lagos, he assured that NNPC retail and key marketers have intensified dedicated loading into Abuja to restore normalcy as soon as possible. He reassured Nigerians that NNPC Limited is working with NMDPRA, Morman, DAPMAN, IBMAN, NATO, PTD, and other industry stakeholders to ensure product sufficiency with 24 hours operations and increased product loading. In Abuja, Lydia Sampson, NTA News.
The Akwa Ibom State says it has received 7 out of the 15 tranches of the 13% derivation arrears owed all producing states by the federal government. At a briefing in response to the recent controversies that drove the utilization of the fund, Commissioner for Finance, Nsikan Linus Nkam, says the state government is prudent in all financial spendings. Clement Barikwe reports.
The press briefing came following recent concerns of citizens over the comment by the Rivers State Governor Nyesom Wike that all oil-producing states have received 13% derivation arrears from the federal government. Commissioner for Finance Nsikan Linus Nkam said report of the judicious application of the refund and other incomes are captured in the Statutory Accountant General's audited report for 2021 and same will be reflected this year.
In 2021, a sum of 160 billion was remitted to the state account. In 2022, the projected income from this source was 41 billion 434 million naira. But at the third quarter, the sum of 26 billion has already been received.
Commissioner for Works and Fire Service Professor Noibanga attributed the success story of the Governor Dom Emmanuel administration in road infrastructure to the 13% refund.
There is no contract that has been awarded in this state without the FGPC. And in the projects that we have given to the State House Assembly, we capture all the roads, and implementation and execution depends on the budget provision of each year. At every time that government anticipated that reforms were to be made, they clearly indicated so in the documents of that year. And in each of those years, when the actual reforms were made, the Accountant General's reports for that year also captured in details explicitly the amount of money that was received. And we believe the foundation of the prosperous for all states. And we begin to present the Commonwealth for good governance for the future of our states.
The state government assures that with the implementation of the International Public Sector Accounting System, IPSAS, it is impossible for any unaccounted expenditure to occur. In Uyo,
Clement Barakui, NTA News.
Nigeria has joined other nations of the world in collating usable data on the energy needs and supplies of the country. The effort is to ease planning and investment in the sector. Ike Chugundokwe reports.
There is hardly any sector of the economy that can deliver, ranging from service delivery, production and entertainment, among others, without effective utilization of energy.
The energy supply in Nigeria, as you can see, is low. Capacity that is being generated is not commensurate to the demand.
The Energy Commission of Nigeria is worried that the energy sector cannot be developed without data needed in the area of energy needs, supplies and quality.
The energy supply, particularly electricity, it's not adequate and it's not reliable, and the only way to improve on the supply and reliability is to have a very reliable data so that you can plan and work towards solving the challenges that is causing the inadequacy and the unreliability.
For us to be here today, it means that the country is ready to get data on energy in right quantity and in the right quality.
The key mandate of ECOWAS is to harmonize member state policies and programs in the field of energy. For that, we need to improve the governance of the sector, which is why we, with the support of the European Union, we have developed a program called Program for Improving the Energy Sector Governance in West Africa.
It's my singular honor. The inauguration of this consultative committee on renewable energy statistics is to validate and harmonize the subsectors for the improvement of quality and open up the sector for investment. Ike Chukundukwe, NTA News.
This is the news at 10 on NTA News 24. Let's pause for a break now. The news continues shortly. Thanks for staying with us. President Muhammadu Buhari has written the Senate requesting the consideration of a bill that seeks to provide legal backing for the National Social Investment Program. National Assembly correspondent Ignatius Nkwo reports.
Senate reconvened for Tuesday's plenary with apparently a less busy order paper, only one committee report for consideration. But before then, President of the Senate Ahmed Lawan read for executive communications. Request for the consideration of the bill seeking to give legal backing to the National Social Investment Program was among the executive bills transmitted. The letter explained that the welfare initiative created in 2015 under President Muhammadu Buhari meets the force of law to ensure sustainability and continue to cater for the vulnerable.
Pursuant to Section 58, Subsection 2 of the Constitution of the 1999 Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria as amended, I forward here with the National Social Investment Program Establishment Bill for the current consideration of the Senate. The National Social Investment Program Establishment Bill seeks to provide a legal and institutional framework for the establishment of National Social Investment Program for the assistance and empowerment of the poor and vulnerable in Nigeria.
The President also sought the consideration of the National Park Declaration Order, National Library Establishment Bill, and the Federal Produce Inspection Service Bill.
The National Park Declaration Order 2022 seeks to establish 10 new national parks.
Senate has confirmed the nomination of Dr. Suleiman Ara Afibo for appointment as Commissioner representing the Southeast Zone at the National Hajj Commission of Nigeria. From the National Assembly, Ignatius Nkwo, NTA News.
And the House of Representatives has approved the 2022 Federal Capital Territory statutory budget of 607.9 billion naira. The statutory budget is for the administration of the FCT area councils and ancillary matters. In approving the budget and as recommended by the House Committee on FCT Administration, the Minister of the FCT and the Director of Treasury are to furnish the National Assembly on a quarterly basis with the status of the records of accounts. National Assembly correspondent Lami reports.
Of 607,952,023,580 naira only.
The implementation of the House directs that the FCT Minister and the Director of Treasury shall furnish the National Assembly on a quarterly basis the status of the records of accounts. The House also approved the establishment of a trust fund for training and provision of security equipment to the Nigerian Navy.
The security of the maritime environment is vested in the hands of the Nigerian Navy, the entire sea. That is why the trust fund is seek to establish and provide for the acquisition of equipment for the Nigerian Navy.
Other approvals by the House during plenary include the amended Federal University of Petroleum Resources Act, among other bills from the Committee on Tertiary Education and Services, while the bill enacting the National Secondary Education Commission from Committee on Basic Education was also considered and approved.
The recommendation that are before honorable members are products of general interaction and benefited immensely from professionals in this sector.
8 bills passed first reading, among them bill to enact National Information Technology Development Agency from the National Assembly. Lami Ali, NTA News.
The National Population Commission (NPC) is reaffirming commitment to rewrite Nigeria's census history as the Commission strengthens arrangements that will drive the credibility of the 2023 census data. NPC's chairman, Nasir Isakwara, gave the indication while speaking at the Training of Trainers National Level Workshop in Abuja. Abu reports.
Conducting a head count for the more than 200 million Nigeria population and arriving at a quality data will require adequate preparation of sound professionals to facilitate the process. With the 2023 census planned to be conducted digitally, a first of its kind in Nigeria, National Population Commission is taking training of facilitators, supervisors and remunerators very seriously.
Nigerians should expect the best from the census. We will be up and doing, and we want them to be up and doing with us to make sure that what Nigeria needs is provided Nigeria. You cannot plan without data.
There are some who are staff of the commission who have been involved in censuses, and they have not been involved in digital kind of census. Therefore, we'll bring in their previous knowledge and sharpen it with the realities of the present day.
Colin Opio, Chief Technical Advisor, Census, UNFPA, who has been a part of censuses in many African nations and actively involved in the Nigeria's 2023 census, has been speaking on target of achieving perfection.
The people that we are going to be recruiting from the LGS and the states, if we recruit competent people, and of course we have a good training program for them, we will get 100.1%, and the 0.1% is a bonus for the systems that we have set for strictly adhering to the UN recommendations.
Projects of this magnitude will require adequate training of all personnel, and to make them know what we want them to do and to give them the right knowledge they require for a digital census.
2 other levels of training are in view to intensify preparations for trainees who will in turn train remunerators and supervisors at the sub-nationals. In Abuja, Olusheye Adiagbo, NTA News.
Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment advocates strict adherence to global best practice in order to promote non-oil export. Let's get the details with Alika Panachi Arua on Business News.
announced a repatriation of $4.99 billion in 10 months by Nigeria's non-oil exporters, Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment, Adeniyi Adebayo, is of the view that more foreign exchange can be earned through adherence to international best practice that will guarantee acceptance of Nigeria's products by the international markets.
To this end, we have commenced the implementation of the Nigerian National Quality Policy, which is aimed at putting in place the necessary regulatory framework, institutions, and physical infrastructure to ensure that Nigeria's products meet global standards.
Now let's take a look at Tuesday tradings on the floor of the exchange. With business.
NTA, you can't beat the rich.
24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You can watch NTA International live on your TV, computer, iPad, tablet and phone. Log on visiontv.co.uk and click on Entertainment, then NTAI. You can also download the iOS or Android app on your mobile devices to watch NTA International on the go, anywhere in the world. NTA International. Your window to the world.
Welcome to Africa, the land of innocent civilization. When discussions about fishing and fishing festivals in Nigeria. The festival is as old as the Kebbi Kingdom, which has been in existence since the 16th century. The Argungu Fishing and Cultural Festival, as was celebrated between the 16th century and 1934, was mainly to mark the end of the farming season. It had 4 public rituals observed during such a celebration, which also called for side attractions at the festival. They were the Ruwa, which refers to the basic rituals of purification of waters, which preceded the fishing day with a view to having a hitch-free fishing festival. The Fashion Ruwa, which signifies the opening of waters for fishing. The Gari, which means the purification of town. And Chankabewa, meaning testing of the pumpkin's leaves. By 1934, the festival at Argungu had already assumed a fairly non-religious tone. The coming of Islam neutralized the Bori and Iskoki rites, which were so well associated with the festival. It was at that time that the cultural and fishing festival assumed the present dimension of celebration, which is of great significance to Kabawas and by implication Nigeria in general.
Argungu Fishing Festival, as celebrated now, marks the formal end of hostilities between Kebi Kingdom and the Caliphate of Sokoto. Kebi and Sokoto were at war for over 100 years before the British came. And after the coming of the British in 1904, 1905, hostilities still remained between Kebi and Sokoto because there was no formal ceasefire between the two leaders. They were forced into a suspension of conflicts because there is a bigger power now in charge. So raids between our two boundaries continued, and animosity and distrust, continued. But in 1925, something happened. The Emir of Argungu at the time was going to Kano to attend Dover, in honor of Prince Alexander of the UK. And he stopped over at night in Bengi, where Sultan Hassan Damo Azu was at his head. He wasn't Sultan yet. But those two people were scholars of Islamic scripture, and they all knew about each other. So despite the fact that there is conflict between Kebi and Sokoto, Sultan Hassan Damo Azu couldn't resist the urge to go and meet a fellow scholar, exchange views about things, maybe about the scripture, whatever. It was that motivated him. But that fateful night, he decided to visit the Emir of Argungu at night. And we were told they stayed up all night until daybreak. And everybody would have it, said they prayed in the day for Hassan Damo Azu to be Sultan one day. And so the Emir went on his journey, attended the Dover and came back. Barely, somehow news got to the Sultan in Sokoto that there was an actual meeting between a prince and the Emir of Argungu. And we don't know how it happened, but he ended in prison. Years later, the prince was brought out of prison, made Sultan, and the Sultan was banished. So they all had to request the power of prayer. And the love and friendship they bond they created between themselves that fateful night was so strong that Sultan couldn't resist coming to Argungu. And coming to Argungu, a Sultan in the past has always been as a head of an army to conquer Argungu. But in 1934, when Hassan Damo Azu came, it was to start a friendship, to start a process of reconciliation between Kebi and Sokoto, and it was monumental. So to celebrate the visit, they organized this festival, which was unknown in the kingdom. But interest you to know that in all the years that we've hosted it, 60 years now, no Sultan has ever missed the festival. And when they come, they sleep in this palace. At the very beginning, until recently, there isn't a guest house for the Sultan. What happens is when the Sultan comes, my father will pack out of his room, go into one of the women's room, and the Sultan will sleep on his bed.
this is the kind of trust the festival, created between the two families. You can just vacate your bed and somebody will go on that bed and sleep the night. It must be a real trust.
The Argungu Cultural and Fishing Festival as celebrated today encompasses numerous cultural activities which hold in phases. As a prelude to the main fishing festival, Day 1 witnesses numerous cultural activities which bring together participants from across the country and some other neighboring countries, especially from Niger and Benin Republic, at the event to compete for honors in usually keenly contested traditional events. Camels, donkey, and horse racing competitions seek to identify and honor riders who come out best at the races. Also, part of activities of this day is a display of expertise in the use of catapult and archery. While catapulting competition has 3 lined up goals as targets to be hit, archery has a board where a shooter who hits the innermost colored circle scores higher points, also depending on the number of hits by a competitor. Prior to watching activities that will unfold on Day 2, visitors and tourists have the opportunity to watch very closely horses and camels lined up in preparation for Durbar. Activities of Day 2 center on the display of Kebbi State's agricultural prowess.
I must tell you that this festival is more than just a cultural and fishing festival because it has a very promising future for Nigeria. As you can see behind me is a rice pyramid, which is the testimony that Nigeria is getting set for food sufficiency, and Kebbi State in particular will be at the driving seat.
This day features agricultural processions where agricultural products usually produced in Kebbi State are displayed colorfully. This is followed with a welcome Durbar in this particular festival, and especially that President Muhammadu Buhari is in attendance. Mr. President did not hide his joy at the success of Kebbi State as the Argungu Fishing Festival returns.
Today, by the grace of God, this festival is back in our home, back for good, not only celebrating the reinstatement of this important gathering, but we are also celebrating the remarkable progress made in restoring peace and security. The farming, fishing, and pastoral community have truly embraced our programs and have proven that we can produce what we need.
Latest entrant, latest technology. Welcome to Intel 4G LTE Advanced and experience fast internet access today. Visit intel.com.ng or any of our stores in Lagos, Abuja, and Port Harcourt to get started. Intel. Learn more.
Bungo Fishing and Cultural Festival, as celebrated today, is a festival of massive display of culture of the Kedi people. This day also features a show of skills and strength by youth in what they know how to do best. Day 3 of the event is a day when Kapachi is on display. This refers to the display of traditions of the people of the riverine areas as represented by Kabawas as people of the riverine area. The people of Abuja are master swimmers. Kapachi display centers largely on display of skills at various forms of swimming styles amongst both male and female, and all these take place at a river named Mala River. Skills are displayed in blind swimming, swimming with holds of the head, rescue swimming, swimming on board, and swimming relay. Other competitions are held such as canoe racing for both male and female, wild duck catching, and diving. The day witnesses yet another Durbar procession, usual of the Fishing and Cultural Festival. The night is kept alive with cultural performances by groups from different parts of the country. The grand finale of the festival is the day when the actual fishing takes place. To start with, the venue for the fishing competition is called Matanfada River by the people. Interestingly, at first sight of the river, especially by a first-timer to the event, one would imagine how the small river could accommodate thousands of fishermen and possibly emergence of a big catch. Well, we have the assurance of the chief of the waters.
We are afraid of anything. We are fully prepared. Despite the small size of the location, any of the fishermen that comes here by the boat will fish, get what he requires, and leave safely
Fishermen in their thousands assemble at a distance of a few kilometers away from Matanfada, and once instructed, they run from their assembly points to the river. In a show of stamina, they dive in and commence their catch, full of hope for the day's star prize. With this mass number, Argungu Cultural and Fishing Festival indeed satisfies its purpose of unification.
First of all, I could see unity because it has brought the entire people of this country together. And if there is such festival that can bring people together, it will promote unity, peace, and coexistence. Therefore, this is the kind of festival that the federal government should promote because they bring peace in the country. I am here want to see that contribute to the unity of this country. I coming from far Niger Delta down here, showing that the leadership are together, so our followers will be made how to forcefully have to drop down their tension of emotions, of anger, and they have to unite this country.
Surely, not everyone will be among those who will make catches as big as to earn star prizes. So, the Argungu Fishing Festival is also an avenue to earn some good income by those unable to make the biggest catches. The big fishes caught are weighed in scales, and the fishermen who make the biggest catches win prizes as a mark of encouragement for everyone to do better in subsequent festivals. And the joy that accompanies such moments are always memorable. Argungu Fishing Festival, as celebrated today, has assisted in ending hostilities between Kebbi and Sokoto, as confirmed earlier. Hence, the Nigerian government also benefited from this same move for unity and peaceful coexistence through the festival.
In 1970, the federal government of Nigeria decides to fund the festival with £10,000. And our brothers from Eastern Nigeria were invited. Fishermen from all riverine states so far were invited. And they came, they organized, they set up a camp in the fishing village. That gave birth to the fishing village actually. And they participated in all the events, all the riverine events. And there was no fighting, nobody was killed. You know, we just ended the war after 30 months. You brought two warring parties into a river, 30,000 fishermen, and they all got out safe. It's a rare thing. So the federal government realized, look, we should also sustain this. So the festival was used continuously. Actually, the early parts of 1980s, the riverine states of South, and Southeast have a camp.
There is indeed more to this.
It's open to anyone and everyone. And it has provided another platform for African countries, African leaders to meet, discuss culture, tradition, and see where it takes us. In 1977, when we hosted the World Festival of Black Festival of Arts and Culture, first act, 77, it took place in Lagos, but Argungu Fishing Festival was the second side event out of Lagos at the time. The American Secretary of State, Senator Andrew Young, was in this palace. He came, he attended the festival. We have Andrew, who later became the leader of the USSR. He was in this palace. He came to witness the festival. I don't know of a single nation that was at one time or another at this festival. All the ambassadors, all of them
all nations that have embassies in Nigeria, the ambassadors were in this palace. They witnessed this. It has projected Nigeria, it has projected Northwest Sokoto and now Kebbi, on a global platform.
Amid drumming, cheers, and the urge to make ends meet, and possible emerge champions, thousands of these fishermen deploy all techniques in doing what they know how to do best. The name Argungu Fishing and Cultural Festival is not only a name for the originating environment of the festival, because there is more to that. The festival is today getting more modernized, without undermining the core traditions of the people, as more events are incorporated into the event, as demonstrated in the incorporation of motor racing, which began ahead of the main fishing festival, starting from Abuja and arriving in Kebbi on the day of Kabanchi display.
So we'll continue to expand this festival to meet up with the developments and the needs of time. Because time is changing. The youth, as you might have seen, a long time ago, things like motor rally and other things were added, cycling and what have you, and of recent quiz competition for the youth. So we are trying to bring up things that will go with the time, so as to make the festival very relevant and up to date in meeting up with the need of the time.
A grand polo tournament also featured in the just concluded Argungu Fishing and Cultural Festival. Undoubtedly, tourism is key as an income earner for countries of the world, and the arms of Nigeria are open to accommodate tourists. Argungu Fishing and Cultural Festival is indeed a true reflection of massive display of culture tourism standards. Argungu Fishing and Cultural Festival stands in the heart of all who witness its joyful moments that are always fondly remembered. Make it a date to attend the next Argungu Fishing and Cultural Festival and widen your horizon in cultural experience.
This is the moment we've been waiting. It's time to rise up, do it again. Africa, do your dance now. Follow your winning dance now. So we never lose it again. We can rise up, yes we can rise up, Africa rise up, yeah. Africa rise up, Yes, we don't rise up. I think we rise up.
After the point of payment, after a shopping transaction, many customers would opt for sweets, candies or biscuits rather than accept lower denominations as change. While in other cases, dealings in coins are not available or acceptable.
No, madam, you can't do it now. Madam, please.
No. Better what you can do.
You can't go back now.
Use it now.
Madam, they will use that. Madam, different. Madam, the money I get. See if I come to this house, Yes, no.
Many Nigerians view the handling of coins as demeaning and meant to be given as alms rather than kept for personal use. These attitudes lead to increased preference for higher denominations and crowding out of lower denominations of notes and coins. Some people are said to go to extremes like visiting a goldsmith, where these legal tenders are turned into jewelry pieces. In 2007, the Central Bank of Nigeria redesigned the coin series 50 kobo, 1 naira and introduced 2 naira coins along with lower denominations of the banknotes, that is the 5 naira, the 10 naira, 20 naira and 50 naira. It included reducing the weight and size of the previous coin types and addressing the problem of rounding up prices. The existence of these structural imbalances justifies higher denomination notes, which as of 2020, CBN hinted that a sum of 58.6 billion naira was used to print 2.52 billion naira notes. The speed of circulation of these notes was very high and consequently gets dirty or faded quickly, which resulted in a high replacement rate, unlike the coins that can stay in circulation for as long as 30 or 50 years. Moreover, coins can easily withstand abuses like poor handling, folding, tearing, writing, stapling, and even spraying at social occasions, which the naira notes are subject to. Now, will the availability of coins not facilitate transaction?
Here's an update of the news at 11. NNPC Limited has programmed vessels and trucks to fast-track massive loadouts from depots to various states. Adeyemi Adetunji, Executive Vice President, Downstream NNPC Limited, will stress that the exercise is being monitored closely, added that 24-hour operations in depots and designated petrol stations have commenced to keep the nation wet with petroleum products.
We currently have a national PMS stock of over 2 billion liters. This is equivalent to over 30 days sufficiency.
Nigeria has joined other nations of the world in collating usable data on the energy needs and supplies in the country. The effort is to ease planning and investment in the sector.
And the only way to improve on the supply and reliability is to have a very reliable data so that you can plan and work towards solving the challenges.
Nigerians living in Canada will now have access to the converted 64-page 10-year validity passport. This follows the rollout of the new enhanced e-passport and inauguration of the Central Passport Production Centre in Ottawa, Ontario, Canada. In a statement by Shola Fashuri, his media advisor, Minister of Interior Rauf Aregbesola noted that Nigeria is among the first 5 countries in the world to have this enhanced e-passport and the first in Africa. The minister commended the Nigerian High Commissioner to Canada for his commitment to ensuring that Canada had its own passport production center, adding that with the new enhanced e-passport, Nigerians will now apply, pay and book their appointments online directly from the Nigerian Immigration Service portal. Acting Controller General of the Nigerian Immigration Service, Idris Isajiri, explained that until all applications on the old platforms are cleared, the passport issuing desk in Canada will continue to issue both documents concurrently. Well, that's all of the news for now. We thank you for staying with us.
This is the network service of the NTA.